Started the recording and you're all set.
Okay. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item, opening remarks. If the superintendent has any.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Just quickly, if anyone has driven down South Street in the last week or so, there's no longer a building there. So the demolition crew has done an outstanding job, and we are ahead of schedule. And I'm assuming Mr. McNulty will tell us tonight it's still under budget. And I think the only thing we're really waiting on currently is that crushed stone to kind of fill that 12-foot drop to 7 to make it a little bit more from a safety perspective on South Street. But just wanted to report out that we're on schedule in regard to demolition. So thanks to everyone for their efforts in regard to that part of the project. And now we're on to the fun part, right? We knocked it down, so let's start to build it. And hopefully we can start to think about that soon as well. So thank you for everyone for your efforts to get us to this point. And we appreciate doing it in very unprecedented times, but adhering to a very aggressive timeline at the same time. So thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swenson. So before we move into the OPM update, I guess, tonight's not unusual, but we do have quite a few votes that, we have to take. So, so I just wanted to mention that. So I don't know if we can't hold a quorum for the whole night, if we should see how timing goes and then maybe rearrange anything on the agenda. I mean, the big thing is, item 8 and I think item 9 for sure, but just throwing that out there to keep in mind, and anybody can, suggest that at any time, really.
Right, and I know as far as the OPM update, I'll keep it tight, although there is a lot to go over the MSBA submission wise. But I guess, shall we get into it?
Yeah, I think so, unless anybody else has anything right at this moment. All right.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right. So progress demolition-wise, I have some updated photos. We'll see that the building is taken down. Debris removal is substantially complete, as it says here. They do have about 1 crew day left of contract work, and that's cutting a little more rebar that's left sticking out of the foundations, as you'll see, and a little more general debris. We're holding them off on that in anticipation of doing some extra work that we've asked them for. We're going to talk a little more about that later. That's one of the votes with the proposals that they've given us or that we've asked them for the extra work that, like I said, that we'll go over a little more later. Concom, we do have approval and await the order of conditions. Good news from after last meeting was we did get approval from the planning board. The hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go back. The big thing that we'll discuss today was the development of the 90% CDs. They were sent to estimators earlier this month. We have the results of those estimates to show in this presentation. That's all in anticipation of submitting the 90% package to MSBA on August 27th. That is the originally scheduled date that we've had all along, so we're tracking right on there. And the schedule that we're submitting within that package actually reflects all of the original dates that have been carried through since the design development in the 60% CD set. So we've been tracking right on with the schedule even through the demolition and the development of the 90%. Another big effort that we've done is the pre-qualification of general contractors and file sub-bid contractors. We had a subcommittee that really helped us out in scoring and reviewing those packages. The results of that are part of the MSBA submission. And you know, on the positive side, we did have quite a large amount of qualified contractors submit to us. It might be a sign of the times right now, with the anticipation that a lot of private work has gone away, and things like this are going to keep going. So it's a real positive for us. So onto some photos of the demolition progress. This is actually a good photo here. We see how we left the foundations and the slab on grade, but what we are left with here is this drop off. So right now it's behind a secured perimeter fence. You'll see we have Jersey barriers here. Even if a vehicle were to come through the fence, this is going to deter them from going over the edge. But that said, the fire department was concerned with leaving this condition. So this is the major thing that we've asked for, is extra work from Vinagro, one of the proposals that we've sent to the committee for review, and that we'll be voting on tonight. Schedule and milestones, these remain. We are ahead of schedule with the takedown of the building. Like we said, we've pre-qualified GCs and file subcontractors. We have the 90% construction estimates complete. The 90% submission here is actually the incorrect date, the 28th. We will be submitting on the 27th, as we've had scheduled. And then Gene and his team will move on to the 100% bid documents that we'll talk a little more about. Same dates for bidding and award, and same dates for construction, same duration, which is all good news. Upcoming meetings, the next SBC meeting is just 1 week away. We'll have to review with Gene's team materials to review and create an agenda for that this week. Then we continue every 2 weeks for the next two, as we get through sort of this critical stage with creating the bidding set, reviewing schedule and bidding in each meeting. Then it looks like we have a month to get to meeting 48, where we review the actual bids, approve the bid award, and review the schedule, which will be revised at that date. So total, I'm sorry, I need to go back. Total project budget, bottom line has not changed. We do have updated amounts for paid to dates here. Right now we have ProPay number 12 submitted to MSBA. We have been reimbursed for 1 through 11. These are the values here. All right, so here's the 90% construction estimates summary. Right here we have the 60% estimate in this column, which was last phase, and the new estimate here. We'll see there's a very small delta between them. This is RDA and Alana's estimate in the 60%, and also theirs in the 90%. It's going up about 0.25%, 166,000. It still leaves us well below the project budget for construction. And the next slide compares this 90% estimate to the OPM 90% estimate. So see here we have RDA and Alana's 90% estimate, this same value below. This is our estimate. Daedalus' we're only a little over 100,000 apart, again under 0.25%. You know, within the trades, we did have some deltas that were sort of explained away during the reconciliation as carrying different scope within different line items, but considering you know, the size of the job and that the same scope was carried overall, you know, we were happy to see how close we were, and especially that we were under budget at the bottom lines. So onto the sort of the pieces that are within the 90% submission to MSBA. A big part of it is the OPM's recommendation of the documents, the plans and specs. We've completed our review of the plans and specs, and part of the submission is our letter, you know, stating that recommendation. Within that also is our evaluation of the design. We have received commissioning consultant comments. They're hired directly by MSBA. Those comments have been distributed to RDA for their comment. And something we have in the package is the district's response, which we did coming right after the 60% submission comments came in, basically saying we will address these comments in the 90%. We've reviewed what's going to be in the 90% submission and confirmed that it covers all those comments. Again, we have the project schedule, which remains the same. The project scope and budget, that's tied to those estimates that we just showed the summaries of. And that updated total project budget, that was updated based on the reconciled estimates, but it remains the same bottom line as the PFA that was signed with MSBA. There's no changes to the budget overall bottom line. Designer deliverables, I know Gene has a presentation that we'll be getting into. I'm not going to get into every line item here, but essentially these are the things on top of the plans and specs that show MSBA that we're at the point in the process that we should be.
I'll just say it's the same line items that have been in the design development and the 60% submittals to MSBA. So yeah, we keep kind of updating the date and editing things, but there really isn't much that changes to it. So we didn't, you know, as I say, it's the same table of contents that you've approved before and MSBA's reviewed before. So we didn't want to drag things out today going line by line, if that's okay with Mike.
No, understood. Thank you, Gene.
Let me just ask you, the structural peer review, though, that's something we're going to vote on for the proposal tonight, but yet it's indicated as being in the 90% document. So
Yeah,
I can speak to that. So the actual structural peer review isn't part of the document of the submission to MSBA this round. Just showing them that the process is underway at the 90% level is what they need to see. And so what we're voting on tonight is the presentation of the 3 proposals we received to basically start that work. So really, it's just what's in Gene's package this round is just a statement saying that we've started the process.
John, Kathy has a question as well.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi. So I had a question back on the estimate screen. So I know in the document that was sent, I think yesterday, talking about the alternatives, it was noted in that document that the CD90 estimate was cut the scope of trees, bushes, and ground cover. So I just want to confirm how much that was cut by, because I'm seeing different numbers from the last time we got alternatives to this time. And then, so we just all have to understand, like, this is not this exact same scope as was estimated on the 60. And is there anything else that was different besides that item that had been called out in that document?
Yeah, I can speak to that if you want, Mike. So we had taken some guess at where some of those alternates, quote unquote, would come in at our last meeting. And then, but then of course the statement was made, you know, we're gonna identify them and send them to the cost estimators, which we did. So they actually estimated what was in the drawings, which is getting back to your point, Kathy. So the numbers we're going to present tonight for these options are all from the professional cost estimators, as opposed to, you know, RDA taking its best guess about a month ago. The 2 things that we put in, and we can take them right back out, but the landscaping, we asked our landscape architect to for their recommendations. We said we're supposed to cut the landscape planting you know, budget, you know, if we can, by 25%. So they went kind of line by line, and what honestly happened is they just issued a memo, and that memo ended up in the hands of the cost estimators. So the estimators kind of use that. So in theory, and I do have a slide showing what's in the drawings, you know, the planting budget is still pretty darn robust, and the planting schedules.
So what's the amount that's in there right now?
I would have to look it up, and I'm happy to do that. But I'd have to stop talking.
Yeah, I just want to understand, because I think if we're trying to like look at the change from 60 to 90, we changed the scope on that item. So I just want to understand what was in the 60 for the budget for that and what's in the 90.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Again,
I'll look it up.
So Gene, we're going to revisit that topic later in the presentation, right? When you talk alternates?
That is correct.
So Kathy, would you mind if he addressed it then?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll keep going then. These are just the last pieces that are in that submission. We have the same project approvals. We already had the state approvals in the 60% set. This is the designer construction estimate, which is Alana / RDA's estimate. Like we said, the actual drawings, the 90% construction documents, the specifications, which is the project manual of the 90% construction documents, and the project coordination, that's another designer item. That was it for this presentation. I know I have, if anything during the votes, you need me to share my screen to throw anything up, I have everything already open as far as any proposals from Vinagro or from any of the structural peer reviewers.
While Mike was finishing up, I was able to pull up the difference, Kathy and John. It was, I just lost it. So at the CD 60, the tree, shrub, and ground cover line item was $374,000. And at CD 90, our current estimate, it's $306,000. And that's about an 18% difference. That's where what they felt was reasonable, because they couldn't really take anything away from play fields, and that's about it. So they went from 374 to 306.
So that's about 68,000.
Yeah, that's the difference. 374 and 306.
Okay, and is there anything else like that that was changed between the 60 and the 90?
Yes, the rooftop screens, remember we went from acoustic to visual. So we just did that because we knew it was reasonable. And then we did not include the rear. I'll show it to you later, but there's a one screen that faces kind of the woods, and we did not show that in the 90, but we showed it in the 60. And that line item went from 239 to 191. So it's about a $40,000. Oh no, it's about a $47,000 difference.
Gene, other than those items, the bulk of the difference between 60 and 90 is really in the level of development in the scope that's already there. Not changing the scope other than what you've mentioned.
Yeah, and then Mike, didn't we put some money aside for COVID? That I don't.
We just made sure that we had an appropriate level of contingency there.
Gotcha. I didn't mean to interrupt Mike's thing. So.
Oh no! So I was done with my slide. I was just saying I have any materials to share my screen if we need to during any of the votes.
Well, so from a cost standpoint for presentation for the meeting, other than talking the alternates, what is Gene going to present anything, or are we only going to see what you've already presented, which was the reconciled numbers? And then
yeah, that's it cost wise. I can go back to the presentation if we'd like to go over it a little more.
Well, maybe we just go back real quick, because I think what Kathy's, you know, I think I shouldn't speak for her, but what, what she's asking is, okay, what change in the scope that corresponds to maybe the change in the estimate? And she pointed out a few, and those were deducts. So we know the net or the sum is pretty close, right? It's 1/4%.
Yeah.
But is there any discussion on the items that, you know, some of them are off, not off, but vary
Yeah,
by
no, it's not.
13%?
You know, the big deltas that we see aren't from large changes in the scope. It's just, you know, a different level of development. We're starting to get more subcontractor input with the estimators as far as hard numbers. I mean, not hard numbers, but numbers from the street. And, you know, the estimates are just getting a little tighter. You know, as we get more comfortable and closer with the level of development, you'll see the markups, basically the contingencies are being reduced as we go. That's really the biggest delta there. But no, it's mostly just a matter of sharpening the estimates and sharpening the drawings with a higher level of development.
Okay, so what did we have for a contingency for 60, and what do we have now?
Hold on, I need to unshare my screen for a second. Bear with me, sorry.
Maybe I could ask Gene another question in the
Yeah,
interim here.
I'm just digging in. Yeah.
Gene, we added cost for a part of the HVAC system. Is it correct? We added UV equipment.
We were going to, the recommendation is to upgrade the filters from MERV 13 to MERV 14. But we have still MERV 13 in the drawings until, you know, that's approved. And then we also, there was the possibility of providing that UVC, that ultraviolet light filtering, which we do not have in the drawings yet. It's one of the potential alternates. John.
Okay, so I thought all the alternates were deductive. Just to, I mean, maybe I'm not using the right term, but not deductive, but how do I say it? They're all things that they're items that we want in the base contract as a team, as a town, right? School district. We want these items. We're just applying the alternates as a technique in case we're over budget.
Correct. So a lot of the things that you were considering as alternates, if you said yes, make it an alternate, we would take it out of this current estimate, John. But there were two or three things that would have been adds, like going to Terrazzo. That was never in the job to take out.
Okay.
And
okay, so that's my error.
Oh, no. It's really complicated. There are a bunch that were deducts and a bunch that would kind of be upgrades.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have that information. So design and pricing contingency in the 60% was 1.3 million. And we reduced that to 800,000. That's, I'm going off the OPM estimate. So, and that was, so, you know, a 500,000 reduction. And the other big reduction within that markup section was the escalation. Just as we get closer to the actual construction dates. We reduced the escalation, and it went from 1.2 million to 360,000. So a big reduction there. And that's just it's sort of a part of the process of getting closer to the reality.
And we have another separate contingency line item in our overall 80,000, or is that part of
No. So all I'm looking at is what's within the construction budget.
what's within the construction line, right?
Yeah.
So are we saying that our softs,
Wow.
those soft allowances or whatever went down by 1.4 million? And then the estimate for the actual construction went up to whatever 0.25% is off of 1.4 million?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had on this. Did you have any more, Kathy, or anybody else?
I just wanted to clarify. So those two items added up to about 115,000, right? The landscaping and the 47,000, the other one. So if we had not already eliminated those or reduced those, we would have had an additional 115,000 in the 90s, right?
Yes. Plus markups, that would be sort of the trade line item cost. It would be a little bit more than that, just with bottom line markups. But the logic is correct, yes.
Actually, we were going off Alana's numbers, which included the markups, Mike.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so those numbers are what they would be. But Kathy, at that point, did either the construction estimate would have gone up by that amount, or the design contingency, or might have been lowered by that amount, you know? There's still, and this number is a little bit different than Mike's, but we still have about, in Alana's estimate, which is the estimate of record with the MSBA, we have $633,000 worth of unassigned design and bidding contingency within that $63 million cost estimate.
Right. And we still have 10% of the detail to work through, right?
We do, but at this point, you know, there's not a lot of scope that gets added at the last minute in the last 10%. But
Other than the alternate route, finalizing the alternates is kind of the last big changes to the scope that we're looking at.
I mean, the reason they leave kind of a good chunk there, it's for design contingency, but really, I don't think we'll be using a lot of that. A big reason for having that is to as a bidding contingency. And as you know, we're all going to knock on wood, but as Mike said, the bidding climate seems to be favorable right now. So we hope that that doesn't have to get used.
Anybody else? All right, so I have one, I guess, final question on that topic. And I know we're going to go over the alternates, but as a committee member, we're going to be asked to vote on what we're submitting to MSBA tonight, right? So at the end of the night, when I walk away from the meeting, if I ever had to explain to somebody, well, what did you guys vote on? What's in it? How are we going to put this all together? Because, you know, we've talked about some important things, that we need to keep track of. I'm just asking that in the context of the information that we received before the meeting and that we're getting tonight. How would we put that together? How would I explain that to somebody, like the town manager when he calls and said, John, what's in it? How would I ever explain it to him? Because that's important for this committee and the public.
Yeah, let me reshare my screen again. All right. All right. So this is it, right? This is the table of contents of what's being submitted. you know, the whole meat of it is the drawings and the specs. You know, sort of the second level is the estimates that are tied to those. And then the next level is all of the narratives and the OPM's recommendation based on those drawings and specs. You know, and really checking the boxes for MSBA that we've gone through the right processes for state approvals, that we've done the right things as far as had our working group meetings with the town and development of the drawings. But really, what it's this stuff. But all of this is tied to really the drawings and specs and the fact that we are on schedule with the same schedule and under budget with the current estimates.
So from the design standpoint, John, well, as Mike said, there've been a lot of things that were reviewed in these working groups, but you know, we've shared the interior finishes, the exterior finishes. The security is available in executive session, but we went through the mechanical systems, we went through the electrical systems and technology and all the various systems. At various points, you know, we went through the landscaping and play areas and stuff like that. So it's kind of a compilation of all the stuff that you've seen during these meetings. I guess, and then if someone does ask you, there'll be you know, one of those big fat binders, you know, of what gets submitted to MSBA, and there'll be an electronic version of that also.
Okay. I guess, I mean, I understand. It just would have been nice to have a roadmap, because some of these things are near and dear to you folks because you're working on them every day. I'm not saying anything's out of order. It's just, you know, being able to tell the story and account to people, you know, what's changed. Because I couldn't explain it. I couldn't explain why the site went up by 13%. You know?
Oh, I see.
So next time, maybe we can have some bullets just to say, you know, some of these were cost growth, some of these were, you know, the quantities changed, or we changed the scope, right? Like you mentioned, landscaping, you know, we reduced that scope by X%, and that resulted in $68,000 coming out.
Right.
It just helps tell the story. The point about, you know, how the shift from contingency and escalation now, it just ends up in a different line item. But, you know, I mean, I think that's an important story to be able to tell somebody. That's why I asked about it. That's all. I'll move on so we can not be here too late.
John, can I jump in? This is Kathy again. So
Sure.
we have not reviewed the security because last time we stopped and I thought we were going to have it on tonight's agenda in an executive session, but we don't. So we have not reviewed that yet.
Well, can I just ask you to clarify? Are you talking the budget for it or the actual security approach to the building?
Well, the security is in the submission to the MSBA, right? It's one of the items that's on the agenda. And we stopped last week because we realized we should be doing it in executive session. So we have not done that as a group.
Right. So we will, you're right, it will be submitted to MSBA as part of the, you know, the specifications and the drawings that, you know, detail all the things that we've taken from our various meetings. We're happy, our team, to go through, if you want to do an executive session sometime, you know, in the next week, and we can make any appropriate adjustments based on feedback from you all as we finish up these drawings, you know, between now and early October. If that helps, just to keep things moving.
Kathy, what do you think? I personally am deferring all of that type of design and procedures and the materials they select relating to it. I'm just totally deferring to the administration as a personal, vote. I'm going to trust that they know what needs to be done, and they're meeting the requirements, to protect the children and the staff. So I don't really need to see the plan. I would like to know what it cost, but I'm not sure if you're asking about seeing the actual security plan or just budget numbers and cost numbers associated with it.
No, I trust all those folks as well, but I think it's good to know it. And I think, as you said, I don't want to have somebody ask me, or as I report back to the finance committee and say, here's what we've been talking about. I don't want to be able to say, I have no idea, because we didn't see any of that, and here we are voting on numbers. So that's a concern that I have as well, John.
Okay. All right, so maybe, maybe we should set up an avenue for the committee members that really want to see that.
Gene, is there
before the 100%. What do you think, Michael?
Oh, definitely before the 100%. So I was going to say there's probably some material that RDA could send to the committee or to an executive, a breakout group of the committee, just to highlight sort of what's there and what came out of those working group meetings.
There is, because Jeff had a very detailed presentation ready, so it's easy to turn that into a PDF and send it along. The thing that we'd want to have our security consultant or Jeff kind of either create a narrative or create a or have a meeting and take questions. So we're happy to do either, I guess.
Let me ask the superintendent for his input, because I hadn't really been tracking this. Like I said, personally, I was comfortable just deferring. I usually have an opinion on everything, but not that. Are you muted, Derek?
Sorry about that. So in regards to, John, what you're requesting to defer to administration and folks like myself and Bob Pacheco to make those, to stay within the plan that obviously are going to, put a plan together that's going to make it safe and appropriate for the instruction within the building is what you're saying, but to be sharing those costs with the committee prior to?
Well, I think two parts there. Somehow informing the committee sufficient enough so that we can do our duty, I guess. We're supposed to be shepherding this process through. The financial part of it's one component, and then, what you're actually going to put in the school, I guess, is the other component. So I don't know, do you have any thoughts on how you can balance the two, and whether that occurs? That has to occur before we approve the final project, obviously, but I just haven't been following it, so I don't know how proprietary or how confidential much of the information that we need to see is, or we would be interested in seeing as a committee is. Since I'm not participating, I'm just asking for your opinion.
No, obviously you folks are going to be the ones that are going to have to make the final votes, right? So, I mean, you guys are going to own that piece to it. So obviously it's our responsibility to make sure that you have the information to inform your vote. I'm not sure if you're asking, do you want something when internal decisions are made here, that it's a report out to you folks prior? I mean, I don't know, I'm sure how, from a timeline perspective, prior to a vote, like how far out. I know that in the, early on in the project, John, you and I had conversations about making sure that anytime a vote came out, that we had that information, for a specific amount of time before that vote. So is that what you are requesting now, to give you folks updates or prior to?
I think it sounds more like, the committee is interested to see what's in the design currently for that safety and security before that design gets approved and submitted to the MSBA. What I will say is that, it being the 90%, we do have this next round to really jam down on what's finally in that inclusion. And this is a little more complicated with the need to have it in executive session only. So I think what we're trying to find out right now is, who to share this presentation with and invite to this next meeting, but to understand that we are submitting what's in the 90% drawings, this week, and need the approval on that today.
Michael, this is Bob Pacheco. Are we going to need another working group meeting like soon on this?
Well,
Is
I
that
think,
what the
no,
thought
I
is
think
here?
it's more than, I think working group wise, I mean, we know what we want, right? That's what's in Jeff's presentation. It's more of sharing what's come out of the last ones and what's currently, come out of that into the design with the rest of this committee. Or whatever portion of this committee it's appropriate to share. Or the committee and not the public.
Well, I know the safety and security pieces that we were discussing, and I know that happened in the last meeting, and Mr. Dolan actually requested that, we not share as much as we were in public and in an open meeting, only because of the, specifics of the security plan. So I know was a concern at one of the previous meetings.
Well, let me suggest this. I mean, the information's not going to be made available for tonight, obviously. So each individual committee member will have to decide, when the vote comes up. But I think it's important that we see something before the final vote or approval for what goes out to bid. So maybe we could have Mr. Pacheco and the superintendent come up with what they'd like to circulate to the committee that they feel is not confidential. And why don't we set a date for that, Michael, the week of or whatever, sufficiently in advance of how the meetings fall out for the vote. And why don't we do that? And then if there's any open questions at that point by committee members, we can deal with it on a as needed basis. Does that work for everybody and stay within the boundaries of public meeting? Everybody must be on mute.
I see some thumbs up, virtual or otherwise.
Okay. All right, so why don't we do that? Because then, from my perspective, I'll just say the administration, for the lack of a better word, is putting out there what they feel is appropriate. And then chances are it's going to be sufficient for what the committee wants to have insight on, and certainly at a system level, and the features that we're buying and building in, but not necessarily the operational parameters and security responses and things like that. That works for me.
Sounds good.
Thank you, John.
All right, let's move on then, if that's okay.
So I actually had one last thing, Gene, before you guys get into it. So John, we've been talking about the potential formation of a financial subcommittee. And I've been doing some more research on that. They're typically a group of 3 to 5. There are no restrictions on who the members need to be, or no requirements on what groups the members need to be from, as far as within the committee. They do have to be voting members. Typically, it is only for change orders up to 25,000. Usually, larger change orders that are more than that do go to the full committee. Once in a while, there's a financial subcommittee that will do change orders up to 50,000. We do have one project doing that, but it's more typically 25,000 across the board. And the reason we're even talking about this is just to expedite things, to be more nimble, to not have to, wait once we get these meetings that are just monthly, to not have to wait till once a month to authorize the smaller changes. Obviously, the larger ones will still have to be brought to the full group. But we're not asking to form that committee right now. I just wanted to sort of bring that up and to have the larger committee think of who might want to be members of that financial subcommittee. Again, 3 to 5, and typically an odd number so that we don't end up with, ties, I guess you could say.
And did you say they have to be voting members of
They
the?
do, yeah.
Okay. So just to broaden it a little bit, so this really is a need for the type of project that we're building. I mean, we have a large amount of construction dollars that are going to be spent, and changes are a natural part of that process. So what we're talking about is having a mechanism to deal with the smaller ones that could be time sensitive, that a subcommittee would vote on to process, and that would be coordinated with Kathy, who's the procurement officer, right?
Yep.
To meet whatever requirements she needs to have or wants to have. And anything larger than that would be brought to the full committee at the next scheduled meeting, or if for some reason it's real critical, we would have to have a special meeting. That's what you're saying, right? And this is for the two years we're going to be building the school.
Yeah, so I mean, we happen to have some demolition changes that we've asked for that we'll be talking about tonight, but this would be for the full duration of the construction project.
Okay, so maybe I can send out after the meeting, just a blurb and a request to committee members and what the commitment would be, just so everybody knows what they're getting into, and then I can solicit their interest and then go from there.
Sounds good.
But the key there is 3 to 5, and it needs to be at least, well, those 3 to 5 need to be voting members of the committee, but we're not precluded from having somebody who's a non-voting member participate. They just can't vote.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
So if we had 3 voting members, and 2 non-voting members, that would work. There would just be 3 votes, but 5 on the committee.
Okay, thank you. So I'll send something out, and we'll plan to, well, I don't know if we'll talk at the next meetings next week, right? So
Yeah, probably not. But
yeah. And the urgency for the demolition contract, I mean, we've kind of already missed the window. So we have some time to figure this out.
exactly. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Back to Gene then. Back to RDA. Gene, you muted.
Thank you. I'm going to try to share my screen. Do you all see the cover sheet?
Yes.
Okay. So it's very focused tonight on figuring out how you want to approach alternates. And I sent out this package yesterday afternoon. This was a big cover, a big worksheet, and it's hard to read on the screen, and I understand that. So what I wanted to do was, if you have printed it out or you have looked at it on your computer screen, that we've been talking about down the left side about 12 different items that we might either carve out of what's estimated currently, so that there's a little bit more insurance, quote unquote, on bidding. Or we might kind of add to the building to improve it. I see Kathy B has raised her hand. I'm happy to take a question if you want. Is that okay if I keep going on?
Unmute. Sorry, I was muted. So if maybe we can go back to, maybe Mike could answer the question, because honestly, I was surprised to see the same thing sort of as we saw it the last time. I was expecting that we were going to see 2 to 3% of the original submission as items in the alternatives, as it was recommended to us originally by CHA. So I guess maybe we could just start with, I'd like to understand how that's changed.
Let me go. I'll let Mike speak to it. Let me just go through these columns up at the top, if you don't mind, and then I'll just turn it over to Mike. But so, is that okay, Kathy, or no?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
fine.
sure. I didn't. You mean why did the individual scope of the alternates listed change, and why did the order change of them? You're off mute now.
I'm off mute now?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we originally looked at the alternates, Shane had suggested that we should not be including the CD60 or CD90 reductions based on those estimates as part of our target for the alternates to come to the 2% or 2 to 3% or whatever then that number is, that those should not be part of that we should be looking at that original cost estimate that we had in our original submission and coming up with alternates that equal 2 to 3% of that number. Not including, well, we've gotten better pricing and our estimates are lower. And I still don't see that. I see sort of actually less than we saw the last time. So I'm a little bit concerned, and I'm trying to understand why that philosophy is changing.
I don't know if I'm understanding correctly, but so, and I'm sorry this is blurry. I just was blowing up a small spreadsheet. So the original submission, if it helps clarify, was a construction cost of $64.6 million. At the CD90 estimate is 63.3, so we're about 2.09% below that original submission to MSBA.
But when we first talked about alternatives, Shane said you don't include that savings that we have from the estimates, that we need the alternates themselves to equal 2%, or I think he said 2 to 3% of that $64 million number, because we don't know if the estimates are going to go up as we get to the 90 and 100, and we did see them increase some. And so my understanding was we would be getting a list of alternates that totaled somewhere around $1.2 million. And I don't see anything close to that. So I'm trying to understand how that philosophy of it should be, the total alternates should equal that 2% of, I'm going to use 2%, of that $64 million number to, we're including the savings that we've seen based on our estimating.
I'm gonna let Mike or CHA speak to that. I thought Shane was saying you want to make sure you're 2 or 3% under the budget. And I've always taken the budget as the project funding agreement. But I
I
don't
don't know
know.
if anyone else heard it differently than me, but I was specifically heard him say that. Don't include those savings.
Kathy, I'm gonna have to, I'm, I'm not sure about the history on that. I mean, I do know that these alternates, a lot of them were driven by what ended up being shown in the 90% drawings. And that we do know that there's a sort of a next step to finalize them with this next round of drawings. You know, as far as filling that gap between the estimate and the PFA, that 2% with potential alternates, I mean, I don't think that philosophy has changed. And I mean, I'd have to get an answer for you on, you know, what Shane was talking about, basically, if it was to fill up that 2% or to have a safety 2%, where if we got in trouble with the bids, we'd be able to engage some alternates. So, you know, I apologize. I have to look on that. I do know a lot of what Gene's going to present as far as the alternates offered are driven by, you know, how the design has developed and what's included in that scope.
And can I just ask one more question, just so I understand as we're thinking about this? So are these alternates included in what we're voting on for the 90% tonight?
The list of them is included, yes.
Okay. Because that makes me very uncomfortable because we don't know what our target really is.
I have to agree with Kathy. I'm not sure how this all falls together or doesn't, so. Do your best to try to get us to understand it here as you go through, Gene and Michael.
Okay, will do. So the project funding agreement, as I said, with MSBA prior to town meeting was 64.6. The latest estimate is about $1,350,000 below that, which is 2% below, and still included in that estimate is another percent, $633,000. And as we noted, that's a design and bidding contingency, and we expect most of the design is done, so most of that's going to be you know, available for bidding contingency. And if you took those two without cutting anything out as an alternate, it would be about 3% below the original estimate with MSBA. All those 12 line items that, or scope items that, you know, were in that cover sheet, total about, I just did some quick math, about $780,000 if you said cut them all out of the budget. And so that still, with the design and pricing contingency, you'd be about 4, you know, a little bit over 4. So you'd be somewhere between 3 and 4% if you said take all these items, make them alternates, and then if they come in, add them back in if the bids come in well. Columns G and H, we can make all 12 items alternates. It gets a little bit, well, it adds some potential confusion to the bidding. You know, we explain what's in the base, what's the alternate, and a lot of times, you know, I mean, bidders should be able to understand it, but sometimes they don't, and their math doesn't add up correctly on the bid form, and they think, you know, it can lead to some mess. So, you know, we typically like to see, you know, 1 to 5, 6 line items be alternates. And that also makes it easier for the building committee, because you have to rank alternates and you have to take them in the order that you've ranked them. If you want number 3, you got to take 1 and 2 before you get to 3. And that's okay, you know, it's all okay, it's all doable. It just, if you end up with 12 to rank and bidders have 12 chances to make a mistake, you know, it just becomes a little more complicated, and maybe leads to, you know, your best bidder having an error, or someone protesting another bidder's bid. But so what we did, and I think, you know, I tried to throw a narrative out with this spreadsheet. Hopefully it was understandable, but we thought that many of the items, kind of line items 1 through 5, you might want to not treat them as alternates. We can, if you want, and you can see the value of them. For instance, the school guard glass on the inside is worth about $78,000. So theoretically, we could make that the first alternate, and we could lower, you know, the projected bid by $78,000 and then add it back in. Laminated glass is on the exterior is another safety issue, $86,000. So we said to ourselves, if we want to start carving some of these away to avoid confusion, we, you know, we know everyone wants them, and you know, maybe we don't make those alternates, we just leave them in the estimate. We also, and we did all this for discussion purposes. We're not saying you have to, obviously it's your choice. The next 3, we're extending or keeping the whole PK playground intact instead of having half of it be an alternate. That's worth about $43,000. The south playground out at the playfield, the one near the road to the senior center, we had identified that as a potential. Turns out, you know, we were mistaken in doing that. We have to relocate it, so it's got to be new. We had looked at reusing it, but so it's really not on the table anymore. And then the north playground is about a $63,000 alternate. Now, again, we can say, don't include those in your base bids and make them alternates. But for the purposes of this exercise over on the right here, we said, we know the district wants them because of educational issues, and we know the district wants security. So we said, just for simplicity's sake, keep them in the estimate. The curbing is a kind of a simple one. The drawings show vertical granite curbing all throughout the site. All this purple and all this yellow would be granite curbing. The district actually wants to turn the purple into an asphalt berm because it's much easier for snow clearing. And in doing so, just keeping the vertical granite curb around the school and where we're in the public right of way over by the senior center, you can save $250,000. So that's a $250,000 item that we said, don't make it an alternate, just put out the 100% documents with this scope in it. It saves money, and the school department doesn't want granite anyway. So those first 6 were kind of no-brainers for us. But again, if you want to carve out some of this security and some of the playground stuff, we can make them alternates. It just gives you more alternates to rank. And I can come back to the scope on any of those, you know, the little drawings. The acoustic rooftop screens, we had kept them all four sides here because you can see that from all four sides. We kept them here where you could see them. We left off the back screen on this because it just faces the woods. And if you didn't have the screens, you'd be looking at, instead of something nice, you'd be looking at an ugly rooftop mechanical unit. So we, the projected cost savings of adding, we could take 20,000, 21,000 off the projected bid and make that an alternate. And that's one of the things we suggested. Vinyl tile, you could take $240,000 off of the projected estimate and say, instead of using rubber tile in the building, you know, switch it to vinyl tile. But the school department, and I think rightly so, is saying no, 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 because vinyl tile you have to strip and wax 1 or 2 times a year. And so you're taking areas offline, but you're also spending a lot of money year after year. The rubber tile that we have in the estimate is just, you scrub it with water and the sheen comes back, and you really have very little maintenance with that. So we said, and I think, you know, the school department again was pretty adamant, please don't change that. So we took it off the table. We said, well, don't make it an alternate.
Gene, it's Mike Dolan. We just got a request that if you could zoom into, I'm assuming column B as much as possible. Folks are having.
Sorry, give me a sec, guys.
That's all right.
Now I have to go to a. I have to go to the
Excel spreadsheet.
I gotta go to the Excel spreadsheet. Yeah.
You did send the Excel spreadsheet out.
I can't remember. I know one person asked for it and I sent it. Give me this one.
So for folks following along, that worksheet was sent out on, actually yesterday at 3:17. If you want to follow along on the spreadsheet, Gene tries to keep track of this, the PowerPoint, which for those who are visual, it might be helpful to have the PowerPoint. Those who want the spreadsheet, I would encourage you to view that on your own computers if you can.
Oh dear. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about this. All right. So here's one I should be able to zoom in. Give me a sec. So I'm gonna move the bottom ones, but where would you like me to pick up, Mike, or anyone?
Where you left off is fine, Gene. Don't start from the beginning. Just
Okay.
keep on rolling, if that's all right, John.
Sure.
Damn it. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a sec. All right. So I was talking about the vinyl. Can people see this much better? Mike, can you see it better?
I can.
I can see it.
It's definitely clearer.
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry about that then, you guys. I can go back and touch on anything. So the vinyl tile, right now there's rubber tile, which is no maintenance in the estimate. And if you said make vinyl tile the base bid, you could theoretically take $238,000 off the estimate. And then you could have a rubber tile be the alternate, and you could add it back on when the bids come in low. The danger in doing that is the school department's been very adamant that they don't want any maintenance where they don't have to have it. And if the vinyl tile was installed and it wasn't selected as an alternate, it would have a negative impact on their operating budget. So then you say, okay, make it an alternate. But then Now, do you want it to be alternate number 1 because that's super important to the school department, or do you want, you know, the safety glass or the playgrounds to be alternate 1? So that's where it gets kind of, you know, dicey as you go through these, and why it's nice to kind of eliminate ones you know you don't want to live without. There's another one which we currently have rubber tile in the lobby, right? Because the whole building is rubber tile. And this one is not in the estimate. So this would be kind of an upgrade if the bids came in low and you were comfortable, or even if they came in on a budget and you were comfortable, you might want to have terrazzo in the lobby, which again is I know is a big school department wish. You know, that's about a $90,000 item. As I mentioned, the tree, shrubs, and ground cover have kind of been reduced. And if you, I don't think they've been reduced, you know, haphazardly, and our landscape architect is comfortable with it, with where it is in the CD90. But if you wanted to add some of that back in, it might be a nice alternate to upgrade the site, about $42,000. And then finally, the last one is about $45,000. Again, you have 2 electric vehicle charging stations, which could handle 4 cars in the parking lot. And if you wanted to add 3 more, you could get a lead point. You don't need any more lead points to keep your 2% green school reimbursement. So it's strictly kind of an upgrade that's optional. And that would be about $46,000. So the items that we identified as potential alternates, because we know the school department wants all the other stuff anyway, add up to about $319,000. Oh, and I'm sorry, I did miss a big one, which is, and I apologize, the bulk of that, $121,000, is to upgrade the filters, which requires upgrading the fan speed on the HVAC units. That's about $46,000, and then adding that UVC, that lighting filter, which is about $75,000. So again, this is not in the cost estimate, and all these numbers here are kind of not in the estimate, and they'd be adds to that estimate if the bids come in where you're comfortable doing them.
So John, so just to recap, you're saying 8, 9, 10, and 12 are not in the estimate right now.
I'm going to have to look.
Those last 4 you just spoke of?
Yeah, the lobby floor, the terrazzo is not. The extra 25% of landscaping is not. The extra vehicle charging stations are not. And the enhanced air filtering is not.
Okay, because I think what's going to be helpful here, at least for me, is, you know, we're talking about 2 different types of alternates. Some that are used as a hedge in case the budget comes in, the bids come in over budget, and then some are nice to have.
Mm-hmm.
And if we come in low, we can consider taking them. And I think the 2, that's definitely a distinction for me, and I think it's important in how it ties into those numbers up top that maybe Kathy was asking about. So,
yeah. So,
because if we added all of the, I'm sorry, Gene, if we added all those 4 in with what we've already estimated, we're potentially over the project funding?
No, you wouldn't. The total of all these nice to haves, John, is about $319,000.
Okay.
And that might come out of the design and bidding contingency. I mean, because again, currently you're 1.6 million under the agreement with MSBA.
And that includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11
Yep.
already in there.
Yeah, it also,
but not 8, 9, 10, and 12.
correct.
Okay, all right.
And you still have 633,000 of design contingency and bidding contingency. So really, I think, you know, if the bidding climate stays the same and we don't add any more design stuff, I think you have over $2 million worth of unused, uncommitted money.
So 2 questions on that. This design and bidding contingency is different than the construction contingency?
Yes, and Mike can speak to it, but
Right.
this is strictly for bidding and estimating.
Okay, and then the
That's
other
right.
question was, what does MSBA expect us to go in with? Do they expect us to still have a certain percentage design and bidding contingency, since there's a bidding component of that contingency? If there is, what is that number for us?
They definitely don't have anything I'm aware of, John. Yeah, you know, honestly, they don't. They just want you to submit your CD90 and be under the 64.6, and then they see where the bids come in.
Right.
Okay,
I would
so-
say that, you know, where we're at, which is basically 1% as a bidding and design contingency at the 90% level is a pretty typical and comfortable level to be.
Okay, so I don't want to monopolize this talk conversation here, but so what we're saying, though, based on what Gene said, is this bidding and design contingency is a budget tool that we've used so far to get to the 100% or to the 90% today. So are you saying that we would still carry that into the 100, or because it's our own budgeting tool, we're free to eat into that if we think it's appropriate?
Well, this is the last time that we'll be doing a cost estimate, John. So the next thing will happen is the bidding. So as Mike said, you know, MSBA is certainly comfortable seeing that 633,000 or about 1% is, you know, in the budget. You know, again, that 633 is in the cost estimate, but it's not assigned to any line items. There's thousands of line items in the estimate. The estimators have seen everything they can find and put a number on it. And then they have this extra 1% that they put in for stuff that, hey, RDA might add something between now and it going out to bid, or the bidding climate might suddenly change.
Okay, that helps me understand. Thank you.
So I guess, you know, let's say you took this recommendation, but it's just really for discussion purposes. MSBA's at the most is 64.6. We're currently at 63.0, and included in that is 600,000 that's unassigned. So I think you could say that you're, again, depending how you define, you know, what the budget is, you're between 2.5% and 3.5% below, you know, that number. If you kept all this stuff in the base bid and did not include these things in the base bid, and these are all upgrades, quote unquote. And then if the numbers come in good, the value of those upgrades is anywhere between, you know, 20,000 to 319,000. And I'm sure everyone is thoroughly confused, but I don't mean it to be that way.
Well, for the purposes of the vote tonight, we don't necessarily have to rank these. We just need to do that before bidding. But we
That's
need to
right.
decide what's in and out, right?
What's in and out currently right now, basically just what we're going to list.
Okay, so those bottom 4 aren't in currently. We'd have to add them in.
Yes, we would,
Is it-
yes, RDA would have to, do something, get a terrazzo spec for the lobby floor. We could go back to the original landscape drawings. We'd have to show 3 more EV state, charging, and we'd have to show the added filtering and change the fans for the HVAC. That's why, we want to know fairly quickly so we can get that stuff into the documents as alternates.
So I'd like to ask my fellow committee members, I'm sure somebody has an opinion or a thought or a question. So I'd like to hear from some other people.
So this is Kathy. I think this list, we basically don't have an alternatives list anymore. We just have a wish list. I don't think we've accomplished with this list, having a list of items that if perhaps the bidding environment changes and that amount of the bid comes in at 65 million, then we don't have something here that's going to not force us to go back to the town potentially. And I thought that was the whole purpose of this exercise, was to have an alternative list that we would feel comfortable that allowed us to keep the final bid number if it came in over where we were comfortable at our original, commitment to the town, and then we could add back in if it came in lower. So I don't think this accomplishes that.
Why do you say that, Kathy? Because of the amounts or
Because the
items?
only thing on here that reduces is the 250,000. Everything else is an add. So we don't have that list. We don't have anything in that final column that's a reduction except for the 250,000, which everything else is an add.
I guess I would just say, and then I promise I'll be quiet. I still think you have over $2 million under budget at this point.
But I'm going back to what, CHA, when they were representing us and when Shane was representing us, he said we could not, that is not to be included in this exercise. So I'm really uncomfortable voting this as an alternative list.
But Kathy, the other side of it is that we don't want to show being too far under budget to the MSBA either. It's kind of a fine line. But I will say that for the bid documents, there will be a comprehensive list that has enough value to sort of give you that level of comfort that, I understand what you're describing, and we can achieve that. I mean, this list value-wise doesn't. If we're forgetting that, if we don't, like you said, if we don't account for the amount that we're currently under budget based on the estimates, but that can be a focus for the 100% with this list of alternates to make sure that we do, have the values there that can get us there if needed. I mean, the trick is
Can I
going to
just
be.
say what I heard you just say, because I'm sure it's not right. But what I heard you just say is we should go with this list to the MSBA because they're going to want to see, they don't want to see it if we made a better list, but then we can, once we show it to them, we can change it. And that doesn't feel right at all to me.
What I'm saying is that we have, the sort of the bigger thing is that we have documents that take a lot more to produce than an alternates list that reflect a certain scope. This alternates list, reflects discussions based on what's already in that base scope. But what I'm saying is that, another way to look at this is that we want to be able to add things back in, if the bids come in low. And that was kind of what I meant with, not wanting to show the MSBA that we're too low. I see what you're saying.
I guess I don't understand why we wouldn't want to show them that we're low, because we still have that uncertainty of what the bid market's going to be when we go out for bid. And I thought that was the whole purpose of an alternatives list.
Yeah, it's not showing that we're low, it's just showing that we're too low. And, you know, the idea being that we wouldn't be capturing enough scope in the base bid, and responsibly, you know, managing through the estimates that way.
So it's just doing a quick calculation up here, but if you wanted to take things out of the building, the school guard glass, the laminated glass, the extended playground, the new playground on the north side, that's worth about another $531,000, it looks like. I mean, so again, you know, then you are taking things out of the estimate, so you're hedging more, which is fine. It's just then you have to end up ranking what's most important to you, which might be easy.
I guess my question to the group would be, do we even, if this is what we think is the right list, then do we even have an alternatives list? And do we just go in feeling confident that the bidding numbers are good and they're going to continue to stay underneath the budget? Or do we want to have a real list that if the climate changed, we would be able to still keep the project on schedule and not have to go back for more money?
So this is my, Kathy, I'm respectfully disagreeing, I think.
Okay.
Because sorry, Shane, Gene, you just moved the list.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are currently in the project.
Yep.
They're taking them out of the project and going with a quote unquote lower model, if you would, a cheaper option to save that money. So that is, to me, that is an alternative list. Now, the ones at the bottom, I agree. Those would be a wish list. Wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. But the top ones, if we don't go with school guard glass, we can't leave no glass. So we'd go with a less desirable, I don't want to say less desirable, but not the option that we would like.
No, Mike, I'm agreeing on that. I thought the recommendation was that we go with columns G and H, which don't include any of those. So the only thing really that's a reduction is that curbing.
It's the curbing, yeah. Yep.
And that's what he was saying. If we're including all the other ones, then I agree. We've at least come to, 1% or whatever it is. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should be taking these out of the project. I'm just thinking about where's our safety net?
Yeah, they no longer serve the tool that we intended them for because we're under budget, right?
Right. Again, I think you're about 2.2 under budget.
Which is an unusual position to be in, I think. So I know you explained it, Gene, but the 633,000 unassigned.
Yep.
That's still in there
That is
under columns G and H?
Yes, that's included. It's always included in this CD90 estimate. It's one of the line items that makes up that total. And so if the bidding climate changes by 633,000, then
We're still even.
you're still even.
Okay, so
And you're going into it already 1.6 below the project funding agreement. So that's why I keep saying I think you're 2 to 2.2 million under the maximum.
I'm going to put Harsh on the spot. I want to know what he thinks. Well, I know he looks like he's muted.
I don't know how to. Can I unmute him? Is that? I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, unless he's just away from his computer for a minute.
Hey, John, it's
No, I'm
Pat. Can I?
here.
Oh, hi, Harsh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I thought I was talking through my phone, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'm talking through my computer as well. I don't know what I'm doing.
We hear you.
Not a good answer you want to hear from your committee member. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, so I said I just want to rewind a little bit. For a school project, the approach to alternates is slightly different to perhaps what this conversation was about, where you go into 100% with a request for deduct alternates. My understanding is you want to be able to go into 100% CDs with the request for add alternates, because that's how the contractors are the most competitive. That's where you get the maximum advantage. So to that point, I thought the column F or E and F, and Gene, correct me if I'm speaking out of school here, but I thought the columns E and F was the way to go. We want to take these line items out of our base bid and have the contractors compete for the add alternates. So you'll get even better pricing on these rather than have it in the base bid. And the fact that we're coming in under at this point, and I have a slightly different view on the safety net. Gene, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now, when are we going out to bid again? October?
Yes.
Right now, in my industry, we're seeing a huge de-escalation in pricing. From the time of, I don't know, we've been developing budgets from 4 months ago, and we're coming in 5 to 10% under. And this is across the board, you know, mechanical systems, architectural finishes. So that being said, you know, I have an underlying feeling that we're in a good place right now to go into October, coming in, looking at column F and asking for the add alternates. I don't think we want to be, I don't think we need an additional deduct alternate list, in my opinion.
Harsh, I think, well, we agree with you, and the cost estimators agree with you that the bidding climate is not bad right now. In fact, it's good. But I guess we're just cautious on the public bid side having a large number of alternates, because it could lead to confusion or bid protests, or the guy you want filling out the form fills it out as an add instead of a deduct, and then you can't, you know, loses his place in the line, quote unquote, when you add in the price of the alternate. So I think, you know, I'm agreeing with everything you said, and at the same time I'm advocating for a small number of alternates, but smaller number than 12.
Pat, did you have something?
Well, until I listened to Gene and Hash, I was going to say, what would it hurt to leave all 12 in and just have them priced out separately? But I mean, I think I'd default to the experts that if we need to trim it down, we should trim it down. I understand what Kathy's saying, because I don't think we can't go back to the taxpayers of the town and ask for any more money. I mean, what we have is what we have. So initially I thought the more alternates, the better, but I don't understand the process as well as Hash or Gene or DPI. So, I mean, I guess that's why we have the experts to guide us in this. And you know, initially I thought all 12, but I could certainly change my opinion on that.
Harsh, were you saying, right now we have estimates that were just completed, right? And they're at 62.5.
Right.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is it conceivable? It's conceivable the number could come in higher than that. And it's also conceivable the number could come in lower, right?
It is, correct.
And kind of based on the de-escalation you're seeing, maybe it's a better chance that it's going to come in lower than higher.
That's what we're experiencing right now on our side.
I think that's across the board from our self-perform estimators, and same with Alana, right, Gene?
I think John, who's lives this stuff for 40 years, wants to.
It's just one of the things that we try to do here is we try to make the job feel like it's a nice job.
For the contractors?
Well, the estimator that's estimating the job in his little cubicle, he has to feel that this is a nice job. Sometimes a large number of alternates, although it can be advantageous to the owner, is disadvantageous because the contractors feel the job is complicated and potentially that there's something amiss that the owner is trying to get around by using add alternates as a way to get cheaper prices. So 4 or 5 alternates, most contractors would accept that as a normal bidding climate. 12 alternates, it kind of smells. And unfortunately, when a contractor doesn't feel comfortable when he's estimating, it shows up in a higher number. So I would just ask that we're in a good position where we've got some good estimating done now. We feel we've got a solid scope. If we want some insurance, we should try to do it with 4 or 5 alternates that give us $400,000 or $500,000 worth of wiggle room. It's just anything more than that, I don't think it's effective. So that's just
John,
my
just to add, I think we saw, the results of having such a clean, attractive project in all the pre-qualification submissions that we got, where we got a lot of good contractors, and we don't want to, do anything that changes the way that they're looking at this project.
And right now, we are presently working in Marblehead, where we have awarded 15 subcontracts, and we are in a good position there of being somewhere in the area of $1 million under budget also. So the bidding climate is good, but part of that bidding climate is that we're producing attractive documents that make people feel comfortable that it's a good, clean job. So I would caution you to stay away from a large number of alternates that might equal $1 million. That is a dangerous road to walk, I think. So.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question on alternates? So seeing the bidding climate that we're in right now, and perhaps being cautiously optimistic and thinking that we're going to come in under budget, what are your thoughts on perhaps having maybe no more than 2 or 3 alternates for more upgrades that we would not have considered 4 months ago because we were so close or so tight to the budget?
Whether they're alternates or upgrades, to me, they're the same thing. As long as they're additions to the price, I think your statement earlier, Harsh, was correct. You will get much more competitive bids with ads. No contractor will lose a job on an ad alternate. It's taboo if you lose a job on an ad alternate. So they always work to run them down, and you can get really good value. But again, more than 5, I would say if you have 2 or 3 alternates and 2 or 3 upgrades, that's the way to go. The key is how you rank them at that point, because you have to choose them in order.
Well, so and I'll try not to take any more time, but what I'm seeing right now is a great opportunity to get more out of our budget than we had previously anticipated. I'm just wondering if, as a committee, as a design team, if we want to consider 2 upgrades, and we can rank them right at the bottom of the list, but something that we had held off on 4 months ago where, you know, I think I'm looking at this list now.
Yeah, Harsh, I understand what you're saying.
I really do. I agree. If this is the time to do it, if we're going to do it.
If it were my building, I would upgrade the terrazzo floor at the lobby because that's a maintenance thing and the school department really would appreciate it. And you might consider upgrading the air quality, just given the world we live in.
I would agree with that.
I don't think you're going to miss the plantings. I don't think you're going to miss the electric vehicle charging stations, and I don't think you're going to miss, as much as I'm an architect, the visual screen on the back of the building.
So this is John. Can I suggest, before we go too far, I mean, this is a good discussion, but you know, we're talking about 2 or 3 different categories of costs here in my mind. There's the category we culled out to use as a hedge. Those were things we originally wanted, but we culled them out as a hedge. So let's say those go back in, but I'm just saying that's one category. The other category is things that really have no value to the town and we shouldn't be spending the taxpayer money on it, like the curbing. I'm just going to throw that out there as a potential, the granite curbing, because it's not required and it's not wanted by the school administration.
Right.
And then the third category is the things we're adding because we feel we're in a good bidding climate. Those, to me, are the ones that should get the most scrutiny because we didn't have them for the last year. So I don't know if everybody sees it that way, but I think we have to kind of whittle it down to those 3 categories and decide what to do with them. Because I think the answers, the justification is different for each of those 3.
I think that's spot on, John. I think that's exactly the way it has to be looked at. Put enough into hedge, take out the things that you definitely don't want to spend money on, and put in a couple things that you wouldn't have got last year. That's exactly the way to look at it.
So to Harsh's point, the ones we culled out as the hedge go back in, right? Let's just dig her in because we think we're all comfortable with the estimating and where we're falling in with the bidding environment. The ones that don't make sense, I don't want to vote on yes for them anyways. And then the others, right? Harsh, those are the ones we put in as additive alternates. They could be used as a hedge if they had to be, or they're additive if we come in under budget. Does that sound right?
I agree, John. That's a good approach.
And there could be that last category, there could be something else that we haven't discussed as a committee or the administration hasn't had a chance to think about. I don't think, because they just showed up on this list that we got the other day. But Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, if they're going to be in what goes to MSBA in some form, and hopefully you can do it without a lot of design, you know, we have to vote on it tonight, right, Michael?
Safety glass 1 and 2. 4.
We're voting on sort of the overall submission.
Playground,
You know,
1, 2, 3,
Gene
4.
and his team,
1, 2.
you know, have some work the rest of this week preparing it before the full submission on Thursday. You know, maybe it's the case that they circulate, you know, some sort of updated alternate list to the group before the submission on Thursday. But we vote, you know, contingent on that list being sent around.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that, but I guess my point is if we want the $1 million AstroTurf football field, we better be knowing that we're getting that into the program when we vote tonight, right?
Yes, but again, this is for the 90%, you know, which is just an estimating set. It's not, it's not what's going to be in the bidding set.
But it's the last time we'll be able to deal with cost, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, in a formal, full design
Right.
estimate.
Your point is, there's nothing stopping us from taking it out, but after the 90.
Yeah.
But before the 100, okay.
So the four hedge ones that you could consider making alternates are the safety glass and the 2 playgrounds. And
What numbers are those? Those are, I'm sorry, I have to look at my
no problem.
paper here.
1, 2, 3, and 5. Those are currently in the budget. And they could be turned into alternates as a hedge.
Okay, so maybe not necessarily with a formal vote, but maybe we should just see if the committee agrees, and then we can continue on to the other items. So I'm going to ask Kathy. Kathy, I know you made the point that these may not really have value as a hedge based on the numbers we're seeing now, but are you open to including them as an alternate, as a hedge, as a backup?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to having anything in the hedge. I was thinking we were going with that last column, which had nothing for hedge. And I mean, totally get the point. Can I ask one other question though? Are we going to just take that granite curbing and that's not even going to be considered because we're just going to change the spec for that?
We haven't talked about it yet.
Okay.
But that's the recommendation of the school department.
Yeah, I was trying to get, if we could get buy-in on, that category of hedge alternates, then we could start discussing the merits of whatever else gets in or out. I can't see
Sorry.
thumbs up, down, so I don't know if there's anybody that objects. We don't think we have any objections so far, then maybe we can continue on. Anything, Mike Dolan, you seeing anything? Anybody pulling their hair out? Can't hear them, but you can see them.
I'm not seeing anything, John.
Okay. All right, so why don't we
Okay.
accept that, as a premise and move on.
All right. So then the upgrade ones are, I'll just highlight, no. I gotta start again, sorry. Those are the quote unquote upgrade ones, right? Oops, where'd you go? I do better with this when I'm not on TV. So none of these are in the estimate right now. The biggest one is doing the air filtering, 120. The one the school department wants the most is the lobby floor as terrazzo, 90,000. And then adding more landscaping is about 42. Putting in more charging stations is 45. And adding a visual screen to the back of the roof is 20,000.
So why don't we discuss them individually, and we'll get a feel for how this goes. So you want to pick one, Gene, and just start talking about it?
Well, to me, the easy one is a terrazzo, only because I know, and I'll let Bob Pacheco or Derek talk about it, but they marshal 500 kids out of that lobby every afternoon, and they got 500 parents coming into that lobby every afternoon to get their kids.
Yeah, Gene, this is Bob Pacheco, and to the committee, the concern is that heavy traffic wear pattern on the ground floor. Consider the seasons, winter, which tracks in most of your salt and other debris on the ground level, which generally doesn't get to the second level. So I think that would be most impactful and for durability for the school. That's why we're really pushing for that terrazzo in that lobby area.
So Bob, I'm hearing that that upfront cost is going to help with the life of the floor and the maintenance, reduces the maintenance.
Absolutely, sir.
Any committee members having questions or opinions on that?
This is Harsh. I would just say I 100% agree with that, that it reduces maintenance costs and it's very durable. We recently did a project for Terminal B at Logan Airport, and we had terrazzo everywhere. That was the flooring finish of choice. It just goes to show Massport was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is Kathy. I think that's absolutely a great thing. I wonder if we even should be considering putting terrazzo on the back door where the buses are dropping off, or where the kids are going out for recess or whatever. I mean, but I totally agree we should do that.
It's not a bad thought. We could do that corridor from the lobby, where the stair comes down from the lobby, just that corridor out to, because kids are going back and forth from lunch, and there's also that whole after school and all the buses.
So does that double the 90?
Could be, but it's an upgrade. I don't know, John. I don't know the square footage, but
Okay. No, I understand. I'm putting you on the spot, but I didn't know if that was
John,
a 10% or.
no.
Yes?
John, would we have that as a separate alternate, or would we roll that into the same lobby alternate?
We think, or John's in the background chirping, just saying he thinks it should be the same, just to keep it, again, simple and attractive.
Makes sense.
With that, this is Jeff Yost. And Gene's comment about that corridor at the ground level, consideration may be the steps also going there, if that's the high, what I would say high use area. I don't know if that should be considered or not.
All right, I don't think, but we could come back with a recommendation on that. I think
Well, if everybody agrees, why don't we say, we accept 8 and maybe call it, 8 expanded. It sounds to me like it has merit beyond what you've pegged for this dollar amount. I'm comfortable going with that. With the idea that it could be 200,000.
but you're only spending it if the bids come in well, right?
Right. Okay, can we move on from 8 then?
Yeah.
Just to keep going.
So I don't know. I would go to the upgraded air quality, which is another big number, but I would think.
So I want to ask about that. So, in what I'm not in the school building market, but I know there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions that have taken place in some of our design projects, and I don't know what's going to settle out. But I know whenever these things are talked about with the UV, the maintenance always comes in, the added maintenance cost and extra space. I don't think the space is a problem here. Does anybody have, I missed a meeting, so maybe I just missed a discussion of it, but has anybody evaluated what the operating costs of these upgraded systems are going to be if they are in fact an increase to what we normally have?
Our mechanical engineer did a little slideshow last time, and he, kind of as a planning number or ballpark, had about 15 cents a square foot, John, on an annual basis. And I just did a quick, it looks about, $19,000, $20,000, but per year. But that's assuming you're changing out every bulb in every unit, and he wasn't as confident really whether that would have to happen or not. Bob Pacheco, am I remembering that right?
I think that was right around the numbers that were discussed. It was a ballpark measurement that he provided, or cost that he did provide. The only thing I would say, and I'm not leaning either way in support or against, but as John suggested, there has been a lot of knee-jerk reactions to things. And I think we should think about the application in the school setting with that. I do like the idea of the air filter upgrades along with the fan speed upgrades as well. I'm just wondering the real impact of the UVC capabilities and what we're really going to get out of that for the cost. I know it's a great thing, and it's a hot topic right now nowadays. I just think for our application, for the time that the students are in school, just the ability to filter and increase fan speeds and maybe even some control sequencing would have the same impact. That's just my thought.
So in that case, the 120 would go to 45,600 for just an upgrade in filters and stronger fans to push the air through those filters. That 120 is comprised of 45 for the filters and 75 for the UV.
Yes, sir.
I like the idea of getting the extra filtering in the upsize fan, the air movement, and not going with, at least tonight, not going with the UV. Does anybody else have an opinion on that?
John, this is Harsh. I'm in favor of the same thing. Stick with the filter upgrade.
Mark Lind looks like he has his hand up.
Yep. I'd like us to make sure we do the safest thing we possibly can. I would not want to cut anything from that. I think it would be a mistake.
Well, let me ask, since I didn't see the presentation, was there a compelling, I'll just say science, even though I hate to say it because you hear it all the time on the news, but is the science there that there's a correlation in an application that we have at the school? Because if there is, then I would feel differently, but I'm just not hearing it.
I think the presentation said you're never gonna kill every pathogen, John. But the studies, whatever ASHRAE was looking at, were saying that a properly designed UVC system could kill up to 90% of the pathogens in the recirculating air. And when they say pathogen, COVID-19, what other germs there are kind of in the air. We started out the presentation just reminding the committee that they had, out of all the HVAC systems you all had looked at, you selected the one with the best air quality as a nice base, right? We're putting in all the air low and we're exhausting it all high. So there's a lot of things that are going up out of the room. So the idea on the UVC is when some of that air gets recirculated, then you can take some of the stuff that had been pulled out of those rooms and kind of reduce them. I do know it's a system used in hospitals, and I'm sure in operating rooms they do this and they do other stuff, but it's not an unknown kind of new system. It's just a thought that it might be appropriate in a school, and it could be an overreaction, or it could be a nice thing to have. The other point is in terms of these operating costs, you don't have to use it. You could have it in your system and you could flick a switch and just turn it off if, this whole thing settles down in a year or two. But other than that, it's just, I don't have any, hard and fast recommendation for you.
Okay. Well, I guess I go back to maybe, because I'm not convinced it's worth the money if we're not going to maintain it. And if we are going to maintain it, we should keep that in mind for how it impacts the operating cost. So I'm still thinking, Mark, that I'd be interested in the fan upgrades and deferring, but obviously not closing the door to the UV between now and 100%, because we have a good, dollar number to know what we'd be adding back in if we did. If we did not carry it forward tonight, but we added it back in later.
John, if I could close your window to maybe next week's meeting, because if you decided you did want it, it's going to have, our engineer is going to need some time to get it designed into the mechanical system and the electrical and all that.
Okay, good point. I wasn't even thinking that, although I should have been.
That's okay. So it could be between 45 and 120. Again, the UV is about 75. So if you think you want to think about that until next week's meeting, that's fine. The other three upgrades, they're all pretty small dollar values, and
I'm sorry, Mike Dolan. I'm going to just interrupt for a second. Joe and Matt have commented in the chat, and I just want to make sure that it's clear what they're in favor of. They both wrote filter upgrade is needed, not a want. Just want to clarify that is that just a filter upgrade, or are they looking at the UV as well? I just want to have them weigh in on clarifying their statements in the chat, please. So it was Matt and Joe.
No problem, and I appreciate you asking for further clarification. I think overall, when we're having the conversation about both of those, that it should be considered that we need to put those at the highest priority. So for me, I look at both of them collectively.
You want?
I look at them collectively.
So you want the UV and the extra air filtration?
Yeah.
Okay. And please call me out if I'm moving along and not giving people opportunity, because I'm honestly not looking at the chat.
And I just I'll just add in, obviously I concur with Joe's comments on the matter. I also want to remind people from at least the town of Bridgewater's standpoint, some of the issues why we tore the school down to begin with. And so I'm looking at the total cost and think in terms of having the upgraded HVAC equipment also in light with what's going on with COVID, it's a wise investment for the kids.
Gene, this is Harsh again. I guess maybe I just want to go back to the details of the HVAC system itself. We talked about we're using a displacement ventilation system in the classroom.
Yes.
So like you said, we've got fresh air coming in from a low wall supply or somewhere low.
Yes.
And then the hot air or the contaminated air is rising through the ceiling. And where is it going again?
It's going to an energy recovery wheel, and then most of it's getting, it's a good question, Harsh. I know most of it's getting, most if not all, is getting exhausted. But I'm thinking that some of it is recycled.
It is. It's mixed with fresh air.
Okay, so it is mixed with, John's saying in the background, it is, a small proportion is mixed with fresh air and, you know, back into the supply.
I was just asking because my experience of energy recovery units, we're using the air to recover the energy, but then it's 100% exhausted, or are we still pulling that back into the room?
I don't think it's 100% exhausted because it would cost too much to heat up the fresh air or cool down the fresh air. So that there is a mix there. After they take the energy off it, there is a mix of fresh air and return air.
Understood.
It can be controlled and it changes as the space requires, but it is a mix.
So John, would we be talking about the UV filtering then only being for the component of the outside air that's coming in the building and not any recirculated air?
No, that's why they talk about putting it either in the return or the supply, where it has advantages to being either one. If most of it gets exhausted, you kill it and then you exhaust it. That's probably the best scenario, and that's why they recommend putting it in the return most of the time.
Jeff Yost, do you have the ability to pull up Dom's slideshow, you know, just on your own and do a little studying and kind of let us know what you find as far as percentage of recycled?
So this is Mike Dolan, and I'd be remiss if I didn't put my school committee hat on for a minute. And I'm all for putting the system in, but we need a commitment from the town that they're going to give us the funding every year to maintain this system. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that out loud. So I just throw that out there for the record.
I think.
I was just wondering, the ultraviolet, the UV, is that something that can be disconnected if it's not being used, or?
Yes. So my understanding of the maintenance was it's pretty much as simple as having to replace the UV light bulbs when they fail, and yes, that the system, again, I say flick a switch, but you could just turn it off,
Well, maybe to move things along. See, what I'm concerned about is if we vote it in now, then the engineers have to go off and engineer this into the package, which I don't necessarily want to do personally, because again, I use knee jerk for a reason. It's no different than, I think I'm right on this, the whole school collapse, because we had this unusual snowstorm. I don't think everybody's running off and beefing up their roofs above code. I just don't think they're doing it, but I know John will correct me if I'm wrong. So again, I just don't see the science. It feels good, but that's what gets building committee's into trouble when they do things at the very last minute, either take things in, take things out, or put things in. And I just personally, as an engineer, don't feel that the industry's there, and I don't think we should be the test case either for our building. I haven't read or heard about other schools doing this. Maybe I just haven't been exposed to it. That's where I'm coming from. So part of me says, let's just, okay, include it and move on, but there are ramifications beyond just, taking the vote that will have to happen right away. So we should keep that in mind too.
John, this is Jeff Yost.
Yes, Jeff.
I may have a different philosophy maybe than a few. My view is that we should design for it, both options in that area, and then let things digest with the committee, and we can decide. It's better to get it done now than to decide a week from now for me. I would personally rather pick up the phone and say, okay, we're going to do these two designs and get it done. If I come back to them the end of next week with it, becomes a crunch. The other point here is, Joe had talked about whether it being collectively or, the option is you could put one of these at the end that you may feel that is a knee-jerk reaction. But if we do it, separate them, you can actually see what the true price is and decide then and whether it benefits the committee and the school system. That's my view.
Okay, good point. So what you're saying there is the base bid would remain as it is, and then the alternate would be to add these components? From a design standpoint, you're going to have two designs to go out on the street with? Because if this isn't accepted, then, the base is a different system, not just a variation of a...
I believe that if you were going to make them both as alternates, you could separate them and actually see the difference in them. I'm just talking if you decide to make these both alternates. I'm not recommending one way or the other, whether you include one in the base or not. But what I am saying is that we should design for them now, and then allow you as a committee to decide whether you really want them. We can rank you have to understand we're going to rank these alternates too. And you may want to split these and put one near the end. And I know it's not big enough. The price that we're identifying for it may come in cheaper, and it is a good benefit to the school system to get it. I'm just giving you ideas.
No, thank you. I recognize that. I just want people to understand the design documents will have to have two different designs or a variation on the base design, because mechanically the systems are different. It's not like the terrazzo potentially where it's a specification item, right?
Well, from my understanding, like the air filtering, the units are the same. It's just an uptick of the amount of air that's traveling through the system, so there's additional energy costs associated with that. The filter system is a true upgrade from the 13 to the 14. And then the UVC system is a true add. And it also includes energy costs associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
So John, for your meeting next week, could we get either, if it's not tonight, could we get a vote from the committee or a sense of the committee or whatever?
You mean not act on it tonight, one way or the other?
I mean, I would love it, and Jeff would love it if you acted on it, but if you guys are at an impasse and you need to think about it. I would just say next week at the absolute latest. You gonna kill me, Jeff? He's nodding his head, yes.
Well, maybe I should ask Michael, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna vote on these things individually? I think we probably should, the three different groupings anyways, but how do we close this out tonight? I guess it's getting late too. I should probably have asked you that earlier.
Yeah, I think there's two different things where we need to vote to include what's already in the 90% documents, the drawings and the specs, which aren't going to change before the submission. But then coming, for the bid documents, we should be voting on the individual items and on the rank of them, the specific order for the bid documents, not necessarily for next meeting, but we should have that material at least to the committee before next meeting.
Okay. All right, so what do we want to do on this one item then?
I'd like to make a motion to approve that item.
So John, it's Pat. Why wouldn't we why don't we take Jeff's advice so he can get going with the drawings and then and let people know, and then we can, I think what Jeff said was mull it over, and then if we want to pull it, we can pull it. But at least the drawings get started, right?
Okay. So, Mark made a motion.
This is Harsh. I can second it.
So, this is Josh. Mark, I need you to just state your name when you make the motion, and then clarify the item.
Okay, Mark Lindy, I'm making a motion to approve the UV filtration system. I do not think we should compromise safety in any way, shape, or form. And I don't want to wait till next week to vote on it.
So Mark, can I just have some clarifying questions, Pat?
Sure.
Are you not including the upgraded filtration system in addition to that? And when you say approve, are you just approving it as an alternate, or do you want it in the documents?
I want it in the documents. I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to cut it out later on. I think it's very important, and I don't think we should compromise. I am not an engineer. Everything that I've been reading, hearing about mold in schools and things like that, not necessarily here, but I think we're in a serious health crisis. I don't think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I really, truly don't. I think it's for the safety of everybody. And obviously, if it isn't, we have to flip the switch. I don't know. I just think the whole conversation is right now very important in this day and age. And I agree with Michael Dolan about the town budgeting for it, but I think that's a function of the school committee to make sure that I know the town allocates the resources, but again, I don't care if you have to wax the floor extra. I'm sorry, I care about this.
Any others?
John, I'd just say that, I mean, we don't have a second on it, but I would like to see it as an alternate if we do anything. I don't think it should be included in the documents.
I think Harsh seconded it.
Well, after Pat's question, Pat's clarification, I think I want to just re-clarify again. Mark, I was under the impression that we want to isolate the cost and put it there as the alternate, because as we went over earlier, that would give us the most competitive pricing on this. Is that not the approach that you wanted to consider?
I'm afraid it's going to be cut later. I just want to move forward with it. I really don't want to wait. If I don't have support, I don't have support, but I want to go on record for it. I want to design for it, and I want it to stay in. I would rather cut something else.
Okay, so then if I can help clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, your
Sure.
motion was to incorporate what's represented in item 8, complete, the filtering and the UV
Yes.
component.
Yes. Thank you, John.
So that was the motion, and Harsh, I don't know if you understood that when you seconded it, or if you want to change that, or.
Yeah, I'm gonna change that. I thought we were gonna follow Jeff's suggestion and go with this as the add alternate, and just proceed to get the design going.
Isn't a second just for discussion purposes only necessarily? You can vote it down.
Yeah, it's just for discussion purposes.
That's fine.
Yep. Okay, so there's a motion with
So
a second.
so the motion is to add it in to stay as part of the documents, right? Which I couldn't support. I agree with Harsh, and I'd like to see it as an alternate. But that's the motion on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, this is Joe. I guess I'm still I'm leaning towards Mark here, and I'm just trying to understand the rationale as to why we want to wait, and the justification for us to just put it as an alternate as opposed to something, given the current pandemic and the other additional research that has shown about the filtering. Why are we just not wanting to move that forward?
Well, I want to give my opinion, but let me ask Gene. And again, I wasn't at the presentation, so you guys can correct me if I'm out of line, but Gene, why isn't it in the job right now? Why isn't it in the base design? Why is it even being considered as an alternate at this point in the project?
Just because of the timing of the pandemic, John. It just hasn't been part of the mix. And as the pandemic, is in the news, people are asking, what can we do? And, this is a potential thing that you could do, whether it's kind of borrowed, like I said, from the medical community.
John, it's Pat. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So maybe not a question, but more of a statement. So, I mean, the reason I want to keep it as an alternate is we just had this pandemic, and there's been limited technology, I would imagine, up to this point. If it's an alternate and it's not specified in the documents, and some new technology comes out in the next couple of months or something's better, I mean, at least we have some flexibility if it's an alternate. Mm-hmm. We could actually end up with a better product at a lesser cost or something of that nature. The other thing too is if I recall, and I don't know if we really looked into it, but there was a radioactive mist or something emitted or used by these UV bulbs. And the question, in addition to the maintenance cost, was, how is that going to be handled, and what additional costs are there associated with that? So I think we all want the best air quality as possible in the school, but if it's isolated as an add alternate, we can get competitive pricing on that specific technology. But if things change, which they will, and we know there's probably a bunch of companies out there now figuring out how they can capitalize on the air quality improvement, we can be nimble and change and decide, hey, we don't want this, we're going to go in a different direction, and it was specified as an alternate, so it's not a big deal.
Gene, can I add something? This is Bob Pacheco.
Fine with me.
Yep. So one thing we do have to keep in mind here is that your currently designed system is a MERV 13 system, filtration system, which is being recommended by DESE right now to combat the current pandemic. It's not like you have a substandard system that's in place. So your increase to MERV 14 and your increase in your fans ability to increase the speed is just kind of dialing it up another notch. So it's not like we have a substandard system that's being designed. So, you know, folks just got to remember that. And again, I'm not leaning either way, but you do have a quality system that's been designed so far.
Well, I like your idea to separate them as alternatives.
Okay, I wanted to answer Joe. So Joe, my opinion is that I'm just not convinced we know how beneficial this will be to our building and our specific application, because I don't think it's been studied. I think we're given a presentation that I didn't participate in on the technology, but I do believe I did use the knee-jerk reaction, because this is what happens when everybody's afraid. It's no different than what we heard about masks on day one. It's totally different than what we're hearing now, and it has to do with our children's safety. So I understand how critical it is, but I personally would like to keep them split. And I want to ask the consultants to tell us, you know, how does this apply to our building? What percentage of the air that the kids are going to be exposed to would even see this UV filtering? But that's just me. I just wanted you to understand where I was coming from.
I appreciate that, John. I think where I'm going with this overall, it's from a ethical standpoint as well, is that if we're having discussion and we're putting this as an alternate and we decide ultimately that we're not going to go in that direction, that should there be additional resurgence or some other, well, it goes back to and as we're all saying it, I think the health and safety of our children. That if we don't carve out a line item of just saying we're going to allocate X amount of dollars for filtering and such, and I just have difficulty about that. So I don't know how that can be presented in a way that might not necessarily be specific to the type of filtering system, but a filtering system and the constant upgrade. I guess I would be more comfortable with that. That, you know, going from MERV 13 or, you know, there's the higher standard of 17 and such. So how are we looking beyond this pandemic and looking 5 years, 10 years down the road if we're building that system, but that it should be a strong consideration.
All right. Well, if there's nobody else, I guess we have the motion that we have to act on.
Did you want me to go ahead with the roll call vote?
Yeah, why don't you, Josh?
Okay. All right,
Josh, before you begin, just to clarify for everyone what we're voting on, yes or no, please?
Sure.
So everybody understands.
Yep. So I'll just read back the motion. Mark Lynn recommended item 8, upgrade the HVAC equipment system. Upgrade of the HVAC equipment system be incorporated in the documents and not as an add alternative. Harsh seconded the motion.
So this is Mike here. Just to clarify, that would be to release the design team to include it in the bid documents, not to be a part of the 90% submission.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, I've changed it to the bid documents.
Okay, so I'm muddying the water. I'm sorry, folks. So we're not discerning the difference between the alternate, including an A and a B. The motion really was to not make this an alternate at all, but just to put it in the base bid, put it in the design.
Yes.
Okay. Then that motion was read correctly. Thank you.
Would you like me to take the vote?
Yep.
Okay, we'll start with you, John.
No.
Michael Dolan,
No.
Lillian,
No.
Kathy,
No.
Harsh,
Respectfully, no.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
No.
Patrick,
No, with the hopes that we do it as an alternate.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Give me just a moment here. Okay, the motion was not passed with a vote of 7 nay and 4 yeses.
Okay. I guess while we're on this same item, do we want to, does anybody want to make a different motion on this topic?
I'll make a motion to make the UV air quality, enhancement and the extra filtering, both alternates, but as separate alternates so we can get exact pricing.
Matt Rushton will second that.
Pat, can I just clarify the motion? Sorry.
Sure.
Are we voting to release that today so that, as Jeff suggested, his design team can get started on the designing?
Yes, that's what I think. I think that's what Jeff asked for, correct?
Right.
Any other discussion? Or did we get a, yeah, we got a second, right? Yeah, we did. Any other discussion?
I guess I should just say that'd be an add alternate. I said alternate, so just for clarification.
And Pat, you said to separate it as well, right? So it'd be 2 add alternates?
Correct. I think that's what was advised so that we could get true cost on each.
Yeah, maybe we could call it 8A and 8B, just for record keeping. A would be the upgrade the filters and fan speed. And B would be add the UVC filtering equipment.
Are we ready for a vote? Or?
I think so.
Okay. Start with you, John.
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
The motion was approved.
Thank you. Which one's next, Gene?
Well, you can hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
So they're all small at this point. It's adding visual screens onto the rear side of the gym wing. This is at the rooftop units.
Number 7?
Yes, number 7, John, yes. Yep. As an architect, I'd love it. I don't think it's necessary because you're looking at the woods. Or the woods are looking at the building.
John, can I ask a quick question to Gene?
Sure.
Sure.
So one thing I didn't realize until I was talking to a neighbor over there recently, that when the school opened, there were 2 issues. One was the air quality and the moisture, and 2 was, and I'm sure the rooftop units are much quieter now, but that was an issue.
Oh.
So I guess years ago the neighbors requested they try to mitigate that, and that was a challenge. And now we're moving the building closer to some of the dwellings on South Street. Are we, any of these panels that we're removing are thinking of not putting in or taking out? I know you're calling them visual screening, but do they have any acoustical value or no?
The original ones did. There was some discussion with our acoustical engineer, and given the distance to the houses, we decided to make them, we said, hey, we can make these visual screens instead of acoustical for us, a small cost savings.
Yeah, and I'm all right. As long as that's been looked at, I'm fine with it. I don't imagine that was probably done 25 years ago. So I'm fine. Okay.
Okay, so Gene, you're suggesting that one just completely comes off the list.
I think it could come off, John, in the spirit of trying to keep the job simple. But, let me go through the other 2, and then maybe someone can make a motion. So the other one is going through with adding more trees, shrubs, and ground cover. It's about $41,000. Again, our landscape architect culled some stuff out, and with them being comfortable with it, we're comfortable with it. I'm not sure that it needs to go back in. Everything you put in, you have to maintain eventually. So I'm not sure that you need to do those, but if someone really loves landscaping, you might consider that as an alternate. And the third one, again.
Can I just
just
throw out, for people to consider, so that is a category where we reduced it. We originally had the 100% level, let's just call it, and then we reduced it. So this might fall into that category of getting back what we originally wanted to plan for, but didn't.
John, this is Jeff Yost. One thing I will add is at the 75%, we still meet the zoning requirements. Wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, Gene.
And then the last one is, again, it's just an add. You have the capacity to charge 4 electric vehicles right outside the front door in that parking lot there. And if you want to add 3 more, you could add 1 more if you wanted. But if you added 3 more, you could charge another 6 electric vehicles. And that's about $45,600.
So that's there's a lead point associated with that too, right, Gene?
There's a lead point, but you don't need the lead point to maintain your 2% reimbursement. So, but if it's important to people or people think electric vehicles are the wave of the future, it might be something to put in now.
John, can I ask Gene a quick question?
Sure.
So we don't add those in now, Gene. You're bringing power out for 2 of them, correct? From the building to the 2 parking spaces.
Correct. It's underground conduit, Pat, and the power and the actual stand itself.
So if electric cars do take off and more people drive them, it's easy to connect to that existing infrastructure that's already under the ground to just add 4 more at a later time if we need them.
It's pretty, you might say put in the conduit, because that's going to be the hard thing to put in the future.
That's just the PVC pipe underground?
Yeah, you don't want to be digging up, your new pavement and new landscaping if you don't have to.
So is that, why wouldn't we, not knowing the future of electric cars but also trying to plan for it, why wouldn't we just put the PVC piping underground just like we are with the solar on the roof? So if we ever wanted to pull wires through it, it's ready to go.
We could do that, and we could do it in the base bid, and I'm not even sure you'd see the difference.
Yeah, I have to concur with Pat. That's a good idea. And also what Gene just said, the conduit doesn't really cost us anything. And I'll just add that the demand for electric vehicles, I'm just not seeing it, that we have to put it in on day one, but that's just my opinion. Did someone else have something? Did I cut somebody off? I thought I talked over somebody.
Great. So what we'll do is in the base bid, we'll identify some more areas and bring conduit to it.
So that covered 9 and 10. We talked 12 and 8. We already talked 11, right?
Yes.
7, we said we're taking out. 6, I think that's the curbing.
Yeah, and we're just going to put that into the base bid.
We are going to add the curbing in?
Well, we're going to change the curbing on half the site from granite to asphalt, and we're going to, save $250,000 on the current estimate.
Okay, but we're not going to have an alternate to add back to granite, right?
No, because the school department doesn't want it.
Right, and it's not required.
Gene, that's not formed asphalt. That's just like a monolithic, so it just rolls up. It's not something that, you're not proposing asphalt curbing. You're just proposing like a monolithic berm that's will be the same lay as the top coat.
There's 2 types, Pat. One is the asphalt berm you're talking about. It's about 6 inches by 6 inches, and that's the stuff that gets put on top.
Right.
And then there's a Cape Cod berm, which is 14 to 16 inches wide and from 1.5 inches to 4 inches high. And it's a soft.
And if a plow hits that one, it really doesn't affect it.
The plow rolls right off them typically.
But the other one would get destroyed, and they make a mess. So we're doing the monolithic Cape Cod, correct?
Yes, we are doing a Cape Cod splayed berm as opposed to a
curb,
like a granite curb that's made of asphalt.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so number 4, I can't remember, or didn't take a good note here, Gene. Did you group that in with 1, 2, 3, and 5, or?
Number 4, we had thrown out as an idea, when we first started the discussion weeks ago, but subsequently I was corrected by our civil engineer who said, we have to do it. We can't do this as an alternate. It has to stay in the base bid. So number 4 is kind of a non-applicable, John.
Okay.
So 3 and 5 are playgrounds, and because now you're under your hedges, right?
Yep. That's where I was going.
And 1 and 2 are the safety glazing.
Okay, so to move this along, maybe we could entertain a motion for, 1, 2, 3, and 5, a group motion, as long as everybody feels comfortable that they've talked about it and heard enough about it to vote.
Those will be in the plan, but they'll just be deducts or alt deducts. Is that what we're doing?
Well, with the glass, for instance, we would put regular glass in the windows, whether it's outside or inside. The alternate would be to upgrade the glass to either laminated glass or the school guard glass.
But the playgrounds and stuff, we're designing those, but if we go over budget, we can remove them.
Oh, the playgrounds, they are designed, so we would put a big circle around them and say,
Alternate 3.
Alternate 1, alternate 2, whatever it is.
Okay. Thank you.
And to reiterate, these are all alternates that we expect we'll get because of based on today's bidding climate and the estimate.
Okay.
So they're still serving as a hedge type alternate. I mean, well, go ahead, yeah. So do we want to vote collectively on these, or do we want to do them individually? I'm open either way.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Sure.
I'm having a hard time seeing this. So the glass, the difference between the safety glass, what is that
Yeah.
amount?
So the easiest one to understand is any window on the that you could get to, standing on the ground. Right, currently it's like the kind of window that's in your car windshield, where if it's broken, the plastic still holds it together.
Mm-hmm.
Or if someone shoots a bunch of bullets at it, it doesn't shatter. The plastic is still creating a barrier. So that's anywhere on the outside, and that's alternate number 2. And right now it's in the bid, in the estimate, but it's got a value of about $86,000. Instead of regular glass, it's about 86 because we've shown this. The other one is not the same kind of glass, but it's more, I'm going to say bullet resistant, and definitely they call it school guard glass. It's not bulletproof, but we have that currently on all the outside entrances, and we're going to keep it. Any stairwell, main entrance, lobby entrance, we're keeping it. We have been showing it in the drawings when there's a window in the hallway that looks into the cafeteria, or a window that looks down into the gym. We put that kind of glass in case an intruder did get into the building and we wanted an extra layer of security. So the cost for us having done that is about, again, $78,000. So if you made either one of those alternates, each one is either $80,000, $85,000 that you'd be reducing the bid.
Thank you.
So Gene, this is Jeff, John. We're looking at these as deduct alternates? Or
No.
That's what I want to make sure. That's good.
There's no such thing. What we would do is we would say that the glass in these windows is normal tempered glass.
Okay.
Alternate would be to turn the outside to laminated and the inside to school guard.
Gotcha.
They'd both be ads.
These type of ad alternates are the ones where you really see the benefit of it, because the prices will be substantially cheaper than if you put it in the base bid.
It sounds like John's recommending they be alternates because you'll get a good price value. as alternates.
So for those 4 items, do we want to vote on them collectively as a group, or do you think it's best to go one by one? I'm looking for suggestions.
This is Kathy. I like them together. And we didn't vote on the terrazzo either, right? So should we add that into this collectively if we do them collectively?
We did not vote on the terrazzo. Yes, you're right, because that wasn't one of the adders. That was, we had considered that to be something that was wanted originally, right?
I mean, I think it's a similar thing, right? Because we're saying we're going to use the vinyl, but then we're going to upgrade.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong row.
Or use the rubber tile, sorry, and then upgrade to terrazzo.
I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, because the terrazzo was definitely one of the 4 that we were considering over and above anything that we had considered before, right?
Yeah. Should we do that one separate?
I think we should do that one separate, but you know, maybe we do 1, 2, 3, and 5, and then we do 6 and 11 as a group. We already voted on 12, so it would be, well, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do, everybody.
I would treat it like you treated the air filters. I would just vote, have someone make a motion that they want it to be an add alternate. And
Why don't we just do it individually then? Does anybody object to that? I mean, unless there's more questions, we could probably just do it as pretty rapidly.
I think that makes sense, John.
Is everybody okay with that? We can just start at the top of the list for the ones we haven't done.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so why don't we start with item 1? I think the motion could just be for these, you know, item 1, school guard glass as an additive alternate. Okay, nobody wants it.
I'll make a motion so we can vote. So a motion to add item 1, this is Kathy, sorry, Josh, for the school guide glass on the interior corridor gym vision panels and corridor cafetorium vision panels as an add alternate.
Is there a second?
Second that. Matt Rushton, second.
Any more discussion? All right, let's vote.
Hey, John,
This is John. Yep. Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick. Patrick. Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
motion was approved.
Item 2, laminated glass.
I'll make the motion to do an add alternate for the laminated glass.
Just state your name when you make the motion.
Mark Lindy.
Second it.
And it was Lily that seconded it.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, vote.
John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian, Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick, Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Item 3, extended pre-K playground.
So this is Kathy. I'll make a motion, make sure I do it right. So I think we're making a motion to add the second pre-K playground, including the trike track as an add alternate, right?
Yes, yes. The pre-K playground has 2 separate areas. They're both in the estimate now, so you'd be carving one of them out as an alternate.
Is there a second?
Michael Loesch, second.
All right, want to vote?
Okay, John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick, Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
The motion was approved.
John, this is Mike Dolan. The hour is 8:30. We need a motion to continue the meeting as we are at that hour, that time. So I move to continue the meeting past 8:30.
And Will.
Okay, take the vote.
Okay, John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
So Josh, we're not going to vote on item 4, but maybe we could just have the notes reflect that add alternate item 4 was not applicable, no longer applicable.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Item 5, North Playground at Field.
So the base bid, well, the estimate has a brand new, well, no, it has existing play equipment with new rubber base on the north, the side of the play field that's over by the phys ed play field. So the only choice is to eliminate it or to have it. And so right now we have it in the estimate. And if If you eliminated it from the base bid, you'd save $63,000 approximately, and then you could add it back in as that same price. I don't know if that makes sense.
So do we have a motion? Kathy?
I'm not sure how to word it.
Well, I think it's fine just to refer to the, item 5, because it's off this list, right? To accept the ad alternate number 5, the North Playground at Field.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to accept the ad item number 5 regarding the North Playground at the field.
Please just state your name.
Oh, Kathy, sorry.
Matthew Rushton, second.
And the vote?
John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian, Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Item 6, the curbing. Pat, why don't you make this motion?
What's that?
The curb, number 6, the curbing. You want to make a motion?
I thought we were just making it part of the regular documents.
Mm,
It's not going to be an alternate. We're just going to incorporate it. We already went over that, right? John?
okay.
I thought we decided that anywhere around the building was going to be vertical granite, and anything that was out in the perimeter, so to speak, would be the monolithic berm, and that was not going to be an alternate. We were just going to go for the savings and put it in the bid document now.
So if that's accurate, then we should vote to not accept. Your motion would be to what? To not accept the curbing as an alternate? Because we don't want the granite. We don't want to pay for the granite.
Well, wouldn't the motion be to adopt number 6 instead of an alternate as part of the bid documents?
Yes.
That's the recommendation from the school department and the design team, correct?
Yes.
So I would make a motion to ask that number 6 regarding the curbing be applied as a spec in the bid documents and not as an alternate. If that's worded correctly.
This is Mike Dolan. I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Take the roll.
John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Gene, we didn't vote on 7, right? We just talked about it.
I don't remember if you voted, John. I'm sorry.
I don't feel so bad then.
You did not. What is it? The rooftop screen. You didn't vote on it, no.
So Gene, this is where you're saying you don't see that it has value.
Well, if you left it, look, it's got some visual value. If you left it as an alternate, you know, just put it as the last one. It's pretty simple to have as the last alternate. I don't see a lot of monetary, you know, it's $20,000. So I'd like to see it, you know, it's not a must-have though in my book.
Okay, so you hit another point we haven't addressed really, is the order. I don't know if we need to do that tonight. That may take another hour. But so we need to vote to dispense of this either way, right? So it sounds like keep it in. Got nothing to lose by keeping it in, I guess. It's just if we really don't think it's worth $21,000, then I guess as a taxpayer, I don't want to vote yes. But we can vote. So does someone want to make a motion for item 7 to add the HVAC rooftop unit screen? It's on the rear side of the gym wing.
This is Harsh. I'll make a motion to add visual screen on the rooftop on the rear side of the gym.
This is Mark. I'll second it.
Roll?
John?
No.
Michael Dolan?
Yes.
Lillian?
No.
Kathy?
No.
Harsh?
No.
Matt?
Yes.
Michael Loesch?
No.
Patrick?
No.
Scott?
No.
Joe?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Just one here. The motion was not approved with 8 nays and 3 yeses.
Item 11.
I'm sorry, can I just get clarification? Are we leaving them in the drawings or taking them out and not making them an alternate? What, with that roof screen? I didn't hear the motion too clearly.
Well, that's a good point. It's the motion was to include it as an alternate or not. So I have to be honest with you. I was thinking when I voted no, that we weren't going to be spending money on the screen.
Yeah.
But that's really not what we're talking
That's
about,
what I
right?
thought too.
Yeah. So good question, Gene.
Yeah, right now in the estimate, there's visual screens on all 4 sides. So,
Yeah, that was I think I contributed to the misunderstanding there.
So, John, should I rephrase that to say, remove the visual screen from the rear side of the gym from the base bid?
Yes.
yes, if that's your intention, yes.
Okay, I'll start this again. This is Harsh with a motion to remove the visual screen at the rooftop from the rear side of the gym wing from the base bid.
So do you want to void the original motion because that was not approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't you do it as reconsideration and the person, somebody, I don't remember who approved it or disapproved it, you strike it?
Yeah, I think what has to happen is Harsh has to motion to withdraw his original motion.
So John, can I ask a quick question? It's Pat.
Yes.
I interpreted it the same way as you and Kathy. Did anybody interpret it a different way? And if we all interpret it the same way, can we just give Gene that direction?
I did, Pat. That's why I voted for it, because I thought we were voting to take it out.
So you voted yes when you would have voted no, is what you're saying, Mike?
No, because I misunderstood.
Mike, you cut out there.
If
Mike,
I could too, just to clarify, my intention was to not remove the fourth side. And I go back to the conversation that Pat was talking about earlier about the original design of the school. I'm concerned if we have all rooftop units and we're going to encase it on three sides for aesthetics, then in fact will increase and make the sound worse on the backside of the school, which is, from what I understand, where we originally had the complaints, and we'll be back out to do something in terms of noise. So I just wanted to consider that as part of the discussion when you're looking at the cost. I'm afraid that sound will bounce off the interior of those aesthetic walls and then bounce off the back of the school into the woods. So, you know, my intention was to have it covered on all four sides.
So that's a good point. Gene, can you clarify? I think you said that this did not include the acoustical screen. It was simply a visual screen because the acoustical was taken out of the project because it was determined to not be needed.
Gene, you're on mute.
I'm going to say yes to John, but I'm going to say it's always in the middle because, you know, though the visual screens don't have an official acoustic rating, they do, you know, they are going to block some sort of sound, right? I don't know the percentage, John. You know, I mean, any screen, this one's going to have some holes in it, but.
Sure, and I appreciate that and what you're saying. I think that in fact, by putting them up on the three sides, any sound that's generated, I mean, the larger HVAC units are sucking in on the sides, they're ventilating, that we're actually going to cause it to go out the back of the school. And I'm just concerned about that we'll be up there dealing with complaints and have to put it up later, where it might be cheaper to just get it covered on all four sides now.
Well, again, for the dollar figures that are on here, it doesn't seem like a heavy lift to put it up.
So this is John. So I've changed my position if we're going to vote on it again. Hearing now that it does have some acoustic value, that is of good benefit for a small sum of money.
And Pat's really what's driving my decision on that is really just hearing from past complaints. It will be no different. They're going to have residents that are out there that are going to really be picking apart what's different between the old school and the new school. And I'm sure we'll have some complaints that we'll have to mitigate. I hope not, but certainly if sound was an issue in the past, it's certainly going to be if we're directing it in that direction.
Gene, it's Pat. So you're saying, is your recommendation then, if you think it's a decent bang for the buck, just to leave it in the plans? Is that what we're looking for a motion for?
Well, sorry to interrupt. There's still a motion on the table from Harsh. He can withdraw the motion since it wasn't seconded yet. But we do need to just address that before any additional motions.
Is he with, if he's, Josh, is he withdrawing? This is Mark. Is he withdrawing the previous motion? And you need a second?
Well, we first have to take care of his original motion. Not the original motion, sorry, the one he just made, because right now, his motion is to remove the visual screen from the rear side of the gym, and it doesn't have a second. So he can choose to withdraw that, and then we can address his original motion, and then someone else can make a motion to approve the item 7. Did that make sense?
Can I, John, do you recommend I just withdraw this for the time being?
Yes.
All right, this is Harsh. I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay, so I think the motion we already voted on, there was confusion, right? As to whether it was to place it in the, take it out of the alternate, make it part of the base bid versus whether it stayed as it made the cut as an alternate. So I think we should clear that up maybe with a.
Would you like me to read back the motion and how it was voted? Would it help?
Okay.
Okay, so Harsh motioned that item 7, the addition of the HVAC visual roof screen, was to be included as an add alternate. It was seconded, and the motion was not approved with a vote of 8 nay and 3 yeses.
Okay, so how do we interpret that, the result of that vote then? That means it's not an alternate and it stays in the base bid? Or is it currently not in the base bid documents?
John, would it hurt just to, even though it may not, just to redo it so everybody's on the same page?
Wouldn't hurt, but is it in the base bid documents now, Gene?
Yes, it is, John. This is Jeff.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, sure. I'm open to revoting, just so it's clear for the record. However we do that.
I'd make a motion to clarify our previous motion that I'd make a motion to keep item number 7 in the base bid and not as an alternate.
So the vote that was not passed, that was a vote to add it as an add alternate. If it was in the base bid, it didn't have anything to do with the base bid from the motion that I understood.
Right, but I just want to make sure we redo it so because everybody may have interpreted that differently in their vote. You know what I mean?
So, Pat, let me ask this, and Josh, help me out. So that failed. It's not an it's not an add alternate.
Right. Right, but it didn't have any. The motion that I wrote down did not have anything to do with the base.
Right. So, Pat, you're free to offer a motion, right? Just to include this screen.
My motion was to just keep it in the base bid.
Right. So maybe you could make a motion that the screen in potential add alternate number 7 should be included under the base bid and not as an alternate. Or just you don't have to say you don't have to say not as an alternate because we already voted.
How about I say so moved as a motion? Does that work?
So from what I pulled from that, Patrick, and you can disagree with it, but I have that you motioned that item 7 be kept in the base bid for the project.
And not as an alternate, correct?
Okay, if you're happy with that, then we just need a second.
Yep.
At Rushton, second.
All right, the roll.
Okay, John,
Aye.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
So we have 11 flooring throughout the school.
And this is Kathy. Oh,
Nope. Kat, go ahead. You're the queen of these. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so should the motion for this be, we make a motion to leave the rubber tile in the base bid?
That would work.
Okay, that's my motion. Kathy?
Well, second.
Pat, I'll second it.
We already have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So maybe I'm getting tired. I apologize. So it's no longer to be carried as an alternate. It's different than the other items we voted on.
It was never, well, we were never, the school department was never recommending it as an alternate, John. The alternate would have been to put vinyl tile instead of rubber. And the vinyl tile comes with all sorts of maintenance issues.
Okay, so a yes vote means it stays in the project and it's not identified as a alternate for whatever, for any reason. Correct?
Someone might want to read the motion.
Yep, I can read it real quick. Kathy motion that item 11, the rubber tile flooring, be kept in the base bid for the project.
Okay, so I think I'm right then on that. It's no longer an alternate and it's a permanent part of the, well, it's part of the base bid. All right, we can take the roll.
Hey, John,
Yes?
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt.
Yeah.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Number 8. Lobby floor, and this is the terrazzo. And remember, we discussed potentially other areas. So I'm not sure how we want to.
I'll make a motion to make number 8, the terrazzo floor, an alternate.
And do you want us to add in the corridor down by the bus exit also? That was discussed.
Yeah. Yes, as part of the motion. Yep.
In that case, the alternate would be the terrazzo in the lobby and the ground floor corridor. And which is easy for us to do. The only danger is if it comes in too expensive, you don't get the lobby, right? It's kind of an all or nothing. So it's not like I want to make more alternates than we need, but you might want to break out the ground floor as a separate alternate.
All right, I'll amend the motion to have it as two alternates, but include the terrazzo floor in both sections as an alternate.
Well,
Yeah.
second.
All right, the roll.
Hey, John,
Aye.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yeah.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Number 9, landscaping. I guess, how would we word that, Gene or Jeff?
So the alternate would be to restore the I don't know, 100% tree, shrubs, and ground cover. Currently, we're at like 80%. I don't even know if you want to make it an alternate. Oh, I guess you need a bid or a motion. So you could have a motion that you just leave it as is, or you could have a motion that you add the landscaping that was in previous options, previous estimates back in.
And you can do that, okay, Gene, for the package?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we know what was pulled out, so we could put it back in. It kind of comes to what John was saying. Do we want to make the job, simple? I think your hedges, you've already got 4 alternates. I think with the terrazzo, we've got another 2. And with the air quality, we have another 2. So
You're suggesting we vote just to put it into the base bid and not even carry it as an alternate?
Well, or just leave the planting plan the way it is right now, which is slightly reduced.
Okay.
Not making an alternate. What do you think, John?
Planting is always overdone. You always regret it. You just leave it the way it is now.
From John's experience, planting is always overdone, quote unquote, and it becomes a maintenance issue. So leave it the way it is now.
So this is Kathy. I'll make a motion to leave the trees, shrubs, and ground cover as estimated in the CD 90.
Yes.
Michael Loesch, second.
You get that, Josh?
I did.
Okay, let's take the roll.
John,
Yes?
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
So number 10 is the electric vehicle charging. And I know we discussed it. You know, I'm in favor of putting in the spare conduit only. So if we get a motion, we can't just, if we decide to do that, we'll have to make sure the motion represents that, not what's listed on item 10. So I don't know if there's any more discussion on that, or if we feel we're ready to make the appropriate motion.
You want me to take a stab at what the motion is?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Kathy. I'll make a motion to add the conduit to the CD90 bid to allow for the addition of 3 EV charging stations in the future.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's
Does
what I'm
that sound
thinking.
right?
That sounds right to me, yep.
I'll second it. Pat?
All right, the roll.
John?
Yes.
Michael Dolan?
Yes.
Lillian?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Harsh?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Michael Loesch?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
So, Gene, does that cover item 5?
It does cover, yes. We know what we have to do as far as identifying the alternates in the bid documents and adding other stuff into the base bid. So we're fine. Whether they need to be ranked or not, I'm not sure. Mike McNulty, I'd rather do that a week from now if we can, because my head's starting to hurt. And I think we have votes on submitting to MSBA, and also don't we have some change orders or something to vote? So I think we have plenty to do without trying to rank these things.
I'm with you if Mike agrees. Michael agrees.
Yes.
So is there anything else from the designer update that we need to hear or see in order to take a vote when we get to agenda item 8?
No, nope. If you just vote to, approve the submission later in the week, that would be great.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is report of the communication group.
We have no report.
Thank you. Item 7, agenda item 7 is public comment. Do we have a feel for if there's anybody outside of the committee members that may be on that we can see? I don't see any indication, but
I don't see anybody, John, wishing to speak.
okay. All right, item 8, approval of the 90% CD submission to MSBA.
So just to clarify, what we're approving right now is that we're submitting as we're on schedule, the estimates as they are. under the budget, and then all the supporting documentation that's listed there in that table of contents.
This is Kathy. I think when we had the 60, after they were submitted, they were put out on a drive, shared drive for us to be able to read the documents. Is that something that we can do again?
Yep, that's the plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I'm satisfied that I'm ready to go to a vote, but does anybody have any questions or about either what we're voting on or any of the content that we're approving?
Oh, John, it's Pat. If you want, I'll take a stab at a motion to, what are we looking to submit the 90% SD documents to MSBA? Is that worded correctly?
The 90% CD documents.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so then,
I'd say just simply a motion to approve the 90% CD.
all right, the motion to 90% CD at this point.
Mike
There a
Lowe,
second?
second.
Sorry. Any discussion? All right, let's take the roll.
Okay, John,
Yes?
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Okay, so the next item is approval of the structural design peer review firm. And Michael has some information to present to us, but I just wanted to mention that this is a requirement of the MSBA process. And 3 or 4 firms have provided a proposal, and we need to approve one of the firms so that they can commit the funds and they can go off and do their structural review. But Michael, why don't you go over it for us?
Yep. So we went out to a larger group of structural engineering consultant firms. Going into the bid documents, we need the 90% CD structural set to be reviewed by a third-party group not involved with our design team. So we went out for that pricing. We received 3 prices. I guess they were sent to this full committee for review. We have a low bid from RSV Associates. That's $2,400. Our second bidder is RSE Associates, and that's $4,200, a premium of $1,800. I'm sorry, of $1,800. And then we had a high third number that was O'Day Engineers, which was actually $15,000, including some scope that wasn't required. So really the 2 numbers that made sense were RSV and RSE. RSV being the low at $2,400. We do have some experience with both as a firm. And our recommendation would be to actually go with the second bidder, RSE, based on our experience with them sort of doing a more thorough review and potentially finding things that'll save us, in future change orders or future issues that could far exceed that $1,800 initial cost right now. We don't feel like it's a huge mistake to go with RSV at the low number. So we'll sort of leave that up to the committee's vote, but did want to note that, we do have good experience with RSE and feel that that $1,800 premium would be a good value for the project.
This is Mike Dolan in the form of a motion to approve RSE as our structural design peer review firm for the amount of $4,200.
Well, I'll second it.
Any discussion?
This is Kathy. So we're allowed to not take the lowest bid for this?
Yes, this is not, it's not bid under the 149 laws, the same as a contractor would be.
So it's actually not a bid, right? It's a request for proposal, and it's a best value / qualifications-based selection, so we can pick what we think is
the
best.
exact right terms that you're using. Yes, qualifications-based selection.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
All right, if we don't see any discussion, I'd take the vote.
Okay, John,
Yes?
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Art, Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Okay, item 10. I think I had sent the committee supporting information, so I'm just going to turn it over to you, Michael, to explain this. And
Yeah, so we'd asked the demolition contractor to price some extra work for us. This was an unforeseen condition where we
do you have
had.
anything you can show us, Michael?
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let me share my screen here. Well, we also, in the presentation, the photos of the foundation of that potential fall hazard that was left. Hold on, let me share my screen for the proposal. So here's the proposal number one. We had asked that the demo contractor bring in clean crushed stone to place against the existing foundation wall at the front of the old building that used to be there on the slab on grade to ease that fall. It's about 12 feet. What we're proposing here material wise would cut it in half or a little bit more, leaving 6 feet or less. This was a suggestion from the fire department just in walking through the conditions that were left. We do have the perimeter fence that's secure for pedestrians, and we do have the Jersey barriers there. But in looking at solutions to ease the potential of that fall hazard, this one really came to the top because we're going to be able to save some money in the GC bid by leaving this material that can be used by them there. It's a useful material, and the bid documents are going to be updated to reflect that this material will be there for the GC if this is approved. We thought it was a good solution to, not spend, money that won't be useful going forward. So this actually came to us closer to 30,000 at first. They had carried 40 hours, and, kind of after reviewing with them what it would really take to place that material and truck it there, we got it reduced to 32 hours.
So to kind of add to this, the fire department felt this was a necessary safety measure, right? Kind of unforeseen in that the way the construction played out, demolition rather, and it's separated from the construction. And then the cost savings you're talking about is the method that you came up with uses materials that we're buying to accomplish this safety measure that can be reused by the construction contractor in construction of the new building, right?
Yeah, exactly. That sort of, cuts in half the cost of the project because it's material that was going to have to be paid for as part of the next phase.
Yeah. I think that's important for everybody to understand. I wanted to draw that out.
John, just quick question.
Sure.
So the fence was put up by the demolition contractor, correct? Mike?
Yep.
So when the demolition contractor leaves, are we going to assume that the rental of that fence until we have a GC in place? I just want to make sure that that fence doesn't leave with the demolition contractor.
No, it's the plan is for the fence to stay and to be sort of inherited by the GC. The trailer is going to be, the demolition trailer that's there is going to be removed. And new trailer is going to come in with the next group. But the fence is going to, and the Jersey barriers are all going to remain to be inherited.
But that gap in time between the demolition contractor leaving and the GC coming on board, who's going to pay for the fence? Us?
Yes.
Okay.
And John, if I could, just through you to Mike, just to clarify,
Sure.
I was blown away by this cost earlier in talk to the deputy fire chief in talking about the cost here that we're talking about to prevent a fall. He expressed that he would be even happy with a fence, just something that somebody would run into in the site before going over the wall. So I don't oppose the $17,000 for crushed stone, but I want to clarify between the contractor can use it or will use it. I'm not in favor of buying $20,000 worth of stone that may or may not be used or just buried by the general contractor. I want to know that specifically it's going to be used in a particular area, and with that,
this
I'm
was
okay.
sort of this amount and this type of fill was what was suggested by the design team specifically to assure that it would be used by the GC. RDA, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but that was kind of our thought process in the beginning to make sure that it was the right material that would be guaranteed to have to be used, something that was going to be brought in anyway.
Yeah, this is material that would have been brought in anyway by the second GC. It will be reused. It'll be used in the underground water retention system. We need this material for that.
Great, thank you, Gene.
You're welcome.
Gene, I have a quick question just for clarification. Are we certain that the contractor will want to use this stone as fill and take on that liability of materials that they did not purchase?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what we're having them do with the foundations in place to use that as fill going forward. I mean, this is something that's going to be quantified, and the specification of what's there is going to be included in the bid documents. So it's not going to really be a question for them, as far as suitability or what's there. It's going to be something that's guaranteed to them by the design.
Okay, so just to add to that, they're going to be wanting 600 cubic yards of clean crushed stone. Only because we're also paying $10,000 to have this dumped on the concrete pad. Only later to have a subcontractor or the general contractor laying water lines, as you explained, have to move it from that location, whereas typically they would order it as needed. So they have some labor involved on their end trying to move it out of where we're putting it. And I don't want to muddy the water. I'm concerned at the amount of money that we're paying over the fire chief's concern and speaking with him. He just wants there to be an indication that you're looking at a 10-foot fall there. So temporary fencing, anything to that effect, he'd be okay with. I am okay with this. I just wanted to draw out that I was just concerned at what we're paying here for these temporary.
Understood, and that makes sense. But the reality is that as we look at what it would take to fence that, to get a perimeter there, or at least a clean line across the whole front. I mean, the fencing costs would end up, being significant as well. I'm not saying they would be the same, but they would probably end up being the same as the overage we're paying here, for the material.
This is harsh. I would challenge that. I mean, putting in a bunch of jersey barriers with 6-foot fence, I would challenge that. And just to go back to the earlier point of the
Harsh, you would challenge
stone,
that it's in the order of magnitude of like 10,000?
jersey barrier, I mean, it's like less than $40 a linear foot for jersey barrier. So I'm not sure what from that photograph that I saw, it didn't look like it was a lot.
It is though. It's across the entire front of the school that we would have to do.
Mike, could you do me a favor and just bring up the original photos on the share screen of the foundation retention wall? Again, I don't want to beat this up, but if we can save. According to the fire chief, he's just looking for where the drops are. So the jersey barriers accomplished the goal of any vehicles coming into the site. He's specifically talking about, if you look to the picture to the right, that landing there where you're coming across the grade and then there's this random 12-foot drop.
Yeah,
You're the professional, but I'm just throwing it out what he's saying. I just want to make sure we're communicating clearly with what he expressed. And if we're going to spend $30,000, it's not more than what he asked for.
Right. So that photo though is only really showing one of the bays.
Okay.
I think I have another photo, if I could bring it up, that gives, it's kind of a panoramic that shows the whole front.
Gotcha. Okay.
While you're looking for that, Michael, I mean, maybe this is for Gene or Jeff or John. Is there any chance we've misinterpreted what the fire department wants? Because I heard Matt say visual. So when I think visual, I think of red tape, not something that physically can shorten somebody's fall or prevent them from falling or driving over the edge.
John, my thought would be a snow fence would be a visual thing that is less expensive, but.
Right, if the bogey is visual, but I didn't interpret that, right? I mean, when I saw this, I thought it was to really deal with a fall, so just asking.
I would say if I could answer that, my conversation with him is essentially, he said, geez, is there anything on site that you could just put there to lessen the fall or some type of barrier? What he's concerned about is what happened Saturday, where we had some youth get into the construction site and they're coming across. And again, I'm just using this photo on the right that you're looking at. They're walking in the dock, they're walking across that grade and then take a 12-foot fall. So what he's saying is, anything that would let you know that you're about to go over is what I'm looking for. And so if they went over and they fell into a pile of rocks 6 feet down, he's okay with that. Or they came upon a fence that visually indicated that there's a construction hazard, he's also okay with that.
I mean, that's a little different from the conversations we've had on site. And, a lot of the conversations are that we're dealing, in this case, we're dealing with someone who's already cleared a 6-foot fence with scrim,
right?
And already walked past jersey barriers, and we don't think another, 4-foot snow plastic fence will stop that person who's already cleared those areas. And a lot of you can't stop stupid is kind of what's been getting said on site, and that's kind of where this solution came through as a foolproof. We've done our due diligence of protecting against, someone who's determined to get past, our barriers into this hazardous situation.
Sure, and I understand. And for the group, we already had that occur on Saturday night. So we've already got people coming over the fence into the site.
John, this is Harsh. If I can just add one more or piggyback on what was said earlier. The 600 cubic yards of stone that's going to sit there for I don't know, 3 to 6 months between now and whenever the earthwork contractor ends up needing it, is likely to get, residue, dirt, whatever it may be. There's going to be a cost that we're going to incur to have to process that or wash it out at least and relocate it to where it truly needs to be. So this cost of currently $30,000 is not the only cost we're going to incur for this solution.
John, is it possible, what's the timeline? I understand it's a safety issue and we don't want to delay it further on the site, but is it possible to have one circle back with the deputy fire chief who's in charge of that? I think that he was a little dumbfounded at the cost and also didn't want to see the district or the town incur such a cost. And this is when we talked about, sort of just a visual indicator like a fence. Is it possible just to circle back one more time with clarification from the fire department before we spend this kind of money? And then if in fact that's the only solution, we vote next week to do this, would that be acceptable to the committee?
Just from my side, I mean, we can definitely have that information ready for next week. We didn't want to go months with leaving this condition. I think one more week, is probably, hedging our bets and is appropriate. But I wouldn't want to go much further than that, obviously.
Sure, I could get I could assist in some way and get a decision tomorrow at the site.
And on my side, I can get a few levels of cost for a fence, starting at snow fence and then, going all the way to, full site construction safety fence.
Okay, so it sounds like it's cost prudent for us to do that, Michael, but let me ask you this. We're a small town, right? We're not crossing the line between owner and contractor responsible for site safety, are we? Is this a matter of our sites? We take ownership of the site safety because the demolition contractor is leaving?
It's because they're leaving. If there wasn't this gap, this would never be brought to the committee. It would be a problem from one contractor to the other. But we do have that gap in between.
Okay, so in the grand scheme of things, the bid came in quite a bit under, so we're okay from that standpoint. But this just doesn't look right. And so from some of the feedback I'm hearing, it's either a physical barrier or it's a visual barrier. I think that would be important to clarify. But because of the timing, we all should be prepared that next week we vote to do something, right?
Yes.
So we'll just need to make sure, you need to make sure you equip us with a solution to do that as it pans out, right?
Understood.
Okay, so how do we handle this? Do we just not act on it? Do we have to take a vote to defer it? What do we do?
Yeah, John, this is Mike Dolan. We have to vote to table it. So I'll make a motion to table item number 10 until next week.
Matt Rushton, second.
Any discussion? I gotta make a point here, though. There were actually 3 items we needed to vote on, right, Michael?
Yep.
So maybe we could qualify that motion that it only applies to the fall protection change order?
I was actually just going to say, in the interest of everyone's time, it being 9:30, and the other 2 changes from Vinagro not being as time sensitive as the fall protection one, that we table all 3 to be approved together next week.
Okay, fine. So it's agenda item 10 is being tabled.
Just quickly before the vote, John, it's Pat.
Yep.
I would agree with Harsh. Typically, when you use that stone in the drainage system, they want it washed or double washed. I don't know how contaminated it'll get by being on site and being moved a couple of times. if we can use a cheaper material, just like, regular fill that can be used on site, as opposed to an expensive product like crushed stone, that might be a better option as well.
Sure, thanks. Okay, I think Michael's got the message, right? Knows what he needs to go off and do, and so I'm ready for a vote.
Okay, John,
Yes.
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Okay, item 11 is approval of previous SBC meeting minutes.
This is Mark, so moved.
John, I have a quick question. This is Lil. In the minutes, it said that it was under the OPM update that they will not be using any of the existing foundation. Was that accurate?
So Lil, I was not presenting last meeting. That was Joe, because I had another commitment. But I think what he meant is that the existing foundation isn't being used as a structural element. It's not being reused as it is as a foundation. But the material that's there is being used as fill for the site. But that those existing foundations aren't being left to be built back upon.
That's absolutely correct. That whole foundation's getting pulled out and crushed up and used for fill.
Does that address your issue, Lil?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Used but not used.
Okay, I guess we could take the vote.
Hey, John,
I'm going to abstain because I wasn't in attendance.
okay, Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion was approved.
Item 12, next meeting. It's next week, August 31st. Same time, same place. Well, I can't say same place, same time. I don't know where you are when you
It's
call.
at different end.
So hopefully we can establish a quorum. I plan to attend. Item 13, additional committee discussion. No takers, huh? Okay. Well, thank you everybody for hanging in there. I think we're in a good place. We went over some minutia tonight, it seems, but we're coming down to the end here, and everything that we're discussing is important to the process and the final outcome. So again, thank you for making the time to make the meeting and stay along. If nobody has anything, I'm gonna move on to item 14, adjourn.
This is Mike Dolan, motion to adjourn.
Mike Loesch, second.
All right, I guess we got to do the roll.
John,
Yes?
Michael Dolan,
Yes.
Lillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Harsh,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Michael Loesch,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.